Hello, everybody.
Sorry, I forgot. See,
we've already messed it up. Marty at the last second handed the lead off to me, and then decided he was going to be doing the lead drumming himself.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's good. It's good. Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to another Friday night at Heavy Metallurgy. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Alan. I'm one of your co-hosts, and the guy over there stepping on my toes in the first 5 seconds is my esteemed co-host, Marty. Marty, you're very excited about this, I can tell. How you doing?
I'm a poor dancer. Sorry. Good. I was just laughing at people bitching in the. Where are these guys? Oh, TJ. I'm sorry. It's TJ bitching. We're here. Your burrito is here, delivered. Now quit your bitching.
Yes.
Doing good, Alan. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. The semester is officially done, so I've got a little time off for the winter break, and yeah, that's a big plus. And of course, wife gets home and there's a nail in the tire, so yeah, kicking the winter break off with a bang right there, almost literally. But the tire is fixed, the car is functional, and yeah, I'm out of school for a little bit, so can't complain too awfully much. And let's see, tonight we have a very cool topic with a returning guest. Haven't seen him in a while. He stays very busy, but we're always happy when he can work a Heavy Metallurgy visit into his schedule. Marty, would you like to bring him on out?
That's Craig Zahler, everybody. Woo! Good to see you, man.
Howdy, folks. Happy to be here once again and to talk about this terrific band that I've been interested in a real for a long time, and recently had my culmination moment in terms of seeing them live. So that was
very nice.
That was a terrific thing that will certainly figure into some of this conversation as well. And I think it was probably right after seeing that show that I reached out to the Heavy Metallurgist and suggested this, because I've tried to see this band multiple times. In fact, before the shutdown, Jeff Wagner and I had tickets to see them in Spain, co-headlining with Merciful Fate. And so I was willing, I hate flying, and I was willing to fly to Spain basically to see Cirith Ungol. And obviously the shutdown happened, and that trip didn't happen. But terrific to finally see them, and happy to discuss this really cool and unique band on this show.
Yes. Yeah, we had this date reserved for Craig for a while, and yeah, Greg's had, a list of topics that, he's interested in. We're like, well, just decide which one you want, and we'll go with it. And this is the one he picked, and couldn't be happier. A band that, yes, I'm also a huge fan of, have been for a very, very long time. And they don't have the longest discography, but this is a case of quality over quantity. And we'll be picking our way through it this evening.
But discography length might also be in aid of this show not being 6 hours. Somehow, I think our Megaton Sword show was almost 3 hours on one album. It really was. Like, I looked at the time of that; it was well over 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so, actually, in some of that album, in some of that discussion, had a left turn into Cirith Ungol itself. So yeah, looking at this catalog, I said this should be manageable.
It was a good conversation, though. We went kind of deep on that thing.
We definitely did. And another band that I've discussed with these guys in terms of, where I like every single album, like I like with Cirith Ungol, is Carcass. That one, particularly the complexity of the first like symphonies, and that really could be monstrously long. Even though it's a short catalog, the complexity might balance it out and have Alan missing a semester or two.
Jason, very good to see you, man. So
hey,
Jason's
Jason,
not into Cirith Ungol, but checking out one of Craig's films. So yes,
enjoy it.
In case anybody wasn't aware, yes, Craig wears many hats and is talented in many, many different ways, including film, of course. So Jason, good to hope you're doing well. Jason, haven't talked to you in a while. Hope everyone else is doing well out there tonight as well. But Marty, yes, you've got the intro biography blurb pulled up, I believe. So let's turn it over to you and let you do the sort of formal introduction of the band for everybody out there watching.
All right. Wikipedia is once again going to attempt to try to make me smarter than I am, but we'll see. Cirith Ungol is an American heavy metal band formed in late 1971, the year I was born, in Ventura, California. This early doom and power metal group is known for lyrics based on fantasy, particularly sword and sorcery. The band took their name from the mountain pass Cirith Ungol in J.R.R. Tolkien's epic fantasy novel, The Lord of the Rings. Throughout the 70s, the band generally played a style of heavy metal heavily rooted in hard and psychedelic rock. The first studio album, Frost and Fire, featured a heavier sound, generally regarded as early example of American power metal. By its second studio album, King of the Dead, 1984, it had solidified its power metal style while gravitating towards a much darker sound, with many considering the album among the first doom metal releases. The band has released 6 full-length albums. They spent many years gone, a long time. They broke up. They got back together, thanks mainly to the guy from Night Demon. I can't remember his name. Sorry.
Jarvis Leatherby.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
that dude really bringing about this reunion, which led to all these albums and live shows. So cheers to you, Jarvis.
Absolutely. Great stuff. But yeah, so here we are. And I got to say, I had a promo of One Foot in Hell a long time ago that I saved from the local college radio station. Didn't like it, got rid of it, kind of regret it now. But it wasn't until Zahler sent me Paradise Lost. I still own it, of course. And that was my first real sit down and connection with Cirith Ungol. And man, I tell you what, it's been a treat digging through these records this week. Wow, what a great band. 100% unique. That no one really sounds like them to me. And it's not only just because of their singer. The musicians involved, the guitar work is exceptional. I love the layering of the guitars, the melodic choices, the way they structure songs, the journey they take you on with those songs. Absolutely top notch. I don't know if I call it power metal. I don't know if I call it doom metal. I don't. It's just heavy metal, epic heavy metal to me. What do you guys think?
Craig?
This is not power metal by any definition that we're. And I saw when you guys.
Uh-oh.
You're a bit frozen there, Craig.
You're breaking up, Craig. Your connection.
Am I on? I just had a hiccup.
Okay, it may have just been a hiccup.
You're frozen. Oh, there you are. Anyway, go ahead.
Am I back?
I heard a
sound outside. So that can you hear me?
Yes, you were saying that you don't consider it power metal by any definition.
Oh, I don't consider. Yeah. So you guys were discussing in terms of epic metal, cult metal. So to me, this is a band I would use the term epic metal for. My definition for epic metal has been a traditional metal kind of band, probably less double bass and a character style singer like Iron Sword, Manila Road, Cirith Ungol. To me, these are the Doom Sword. They're not going for that. They're not following down the road of power metal, which even though Queensryche isn't really like, I don't like sort of heavy metal with some prog and some power metal. They're not following down that operatic road. They're giving you lead singers who have a lot more character, oftentimes a more barbaric character. Iron Sword, Morning Star, you mentioned, Alan, you mentioned that second Minotaur album, which is one of my favorite albums of all time. And so much character and personality. That to me is what you get with Cirith Ungol and all the aforementioned bands. So I certainly, it's not when I think of power metal, I generally think of a singer who is singing in the operatic style. Now, obviously, the singer for this band, and we'll spend thousands of words on him this evening, I'm sure. The singer for this band sings high, but it's not in an operatic. It's not in an operatic style. So these bands where it's fronted by sort of a like a forlorn character or a barbaric character, or kind of a demonic character, something like that. I think of all of that as epic metal, and I'm not really sure what cult metal means, but this has a cult following, so I could see that would be the case.
Mm-hmm. And I gotta wonder too. I mean, Manila Road is another band that had a cult following, and kind of it seemed to be bigger in Europe, but get the impression that not many people knew about or cared about Manila Road when they were writing their amazing albums. And it took breaking up for a minute and coming back and to reclaim. I think time caught up, or fans' perception of that music caught up with the band. And I wonder if Cirith Ungol are experiencing something similar in that.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair statement. Cirith Ungol does get compared to Manila Road a lot because they have that same kind of career trajectory. They both had, a very unique sound, back in the day. They were both very overlooked.
What that's just worth noting, not at all the same sound.
Exactly. Yes. But yeah, the comparison kind of ends when you listen to them, they don't sound anything alike, which I think is something that gets overlooked sometimes when people start mashing them together. It's like, oh, they're both epic metal and big cult underground bands that have, had successful comebacks in the 21st century. All that's true. There's a lot of parallels there, but they sound nothing at all alike. So yeah, if you're a Manila Road fan, a lot of people, and I want to point that out because a lot of people will say, if you like one of these bands, you should check out the other. And while that's true, I always feel bad. Like, don't go into it expecting them to sound the same, because that will set yourself up for disappointment. There's already been a couple of folks in the chat tonight mentioned, like, I've never really listened to this band. I'm not familiar with them. So yeah, if you get that, Manila Road recommendation, understand this is not going to sound like Manila Road. It is very much its own beast. It's just that their careers, have a lot of similar, stops along the way. So I can see why people make the comparison, but don't buy a Manila Road album expecting to hear One Foot in Hell. Don't buy, a Cirith Ungol album expecting to hear Crystal Logic. It will throw you for a loop, and then potentially, you'll get the wrong vibe from the album and miss out on some really good music, because both bands have a lot of great stuff to listen to. You just don't want to go in with the wrong expectations.
I would say that they're both their own style of quirky. And if people compare Manila Road to Cirith Ungol, I think Manila Road, I love Manila Road, but they're a little more singularly focused as far as layering. I mean, they don't really do it much. Whereas Cirith Ungol, there's a lot of layering going on in that music, whether it's the doubling of vocals of Tim Baker or all these solos that are playing at the same time, twin guitar stuff. I mean, it's great. It's just a different beast. It's a different. They're kind of they run the in the same pack, but it's just a little. They have their own unique quirks, which sets them apart. They're both stellar bands, though. They're with their own sound.
Yeah, I mean, something that will unite these two bands is it's kind of One Foot in Hell and One Foot in the 70s. That element is prevalent in both of this, but they don't sound similar. Like the bands that I hear as influences that led to Cirith Ungol are not the ones that I think led to Manila Road at all. It's a lot of different music. They get lumped the same because partially also because some of the classic fantasy imagery is similar.
Yes, and there's a lot of leaning on Moorcock and Tolkien and all their contemporaries in both bands for sure.
I will say though, for a minute there, they're both of their debut albums. Manila Road sounds like a different band, weird spacey street rock type stuff, whereas Cirith Ungol, there's a 70s vibe, there's a rock vibe, hard rock vibe to it, but it's not really that far removed from what they became. There's still elements of that sound going throughout their career, which Manila Road shed it pretty quick.
Yeah. Absolutely. How do you want to do this? You want to just sort of talk about how we got into the band? I mean, you did yours, Marty.
Yeah. One thing, Craig, is there a way that you can maybe jump out and come back in? Your internet connection is, when we were talking backstage, it was perfect. We've gone live and you're frozen most of the time and your voice is coming in and out. You can be heard, but the video
I can try yes, I will try this again
or restart your computer maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll ramble here. I thought moving forward, it's important to try to address that, or it's going to be we're going to be battling the squibbles throughout the whole night.
Yeah, no, it's a good time. And while Yeah, while Craig's work on that, I guess I can start with how I got into them. For me, it was a band name I heard, for several years before I checked them out, which I think is true for a lot of people. It's one of those bands. But I first heard them on the Metal Massacre 1 compilation. Now that, of course, came out in 1982. I was, playing with G.I. Joe action figures in 82. I wasn't buying underground metal compilations. So I didn't hear it until early or mid 90s. Let's call it 93, 94 kind of time frame. Liked the song right away.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
Let's see.
So far.
It's okay. Because you'll let me know if it starts freezing up again. I have sort of a backup that I can go to that could be better or not. So if this is working, then we'll go with it.
Okay, it's still freezing, but it's not all pixelated. It's not as bad. We'll see how it goes.
Okay,
Alan. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. But so really liked the song on Metal Massacre 1. It's not my favorite song by them, but it was a very unique song, a lot heavier than many of the other tracks on that volume. And so, a year or two went by, and eventually, wandered into a used record store and found a used cassette copy of One Foot in Hell, and picked it up, instantly loved it. And, given time, started, tracking down more stuff by the band, which there's not a ton to track down. So, but, it still took a little time to find each of them and get into them. The band, of course, was on, a very hiatus for a very long time. So I had plenty of time to catch up, on the old stuff and really get into it. Yeah, I can honestly say, this is one of my favorite heavy metal bands. And that's not just, hyperbole or just sort of, random vague statement. If this band had a few more albums under their belt, they would easily be in my top 10 bands of all time. We did our top 10 bands episode on Heavy Metallurgy, quite a while back. The only reason I didn't have Cirith Ungol on that list was their catalog short. When I try to compare them to bands like, Running Wild or Riot, who may have 15 or 20 albums, and, they've got, a dozen or more really top albums. At that time, Cirith Ungol only had 5 titles total to their name. So, in a criteria for me, if I'm going to put a band on that kind of list, they've got to have, a pretty big body of work. We need to have, the 7, 8, 9 top tier albums, and their catalog's just not good enough for that. But in terms of quality, they're almost unsurpassed in terms of just every album being top notch. And that's going to be a problem for me here later tonight when we have to rank these, because, just early spoiler alert, there's no album in their catalog I would give less than like 8 out of 10. So I'm working in an incredibly narrow range of rankings, trying to find a way to tweeze these apart and figure out which one should be, I'm having to go to like the sector decimal place to figure out, how to rank these albums, because I really do like the band that much. So yeah, that was kind of my introduction and how I found the band and got into them. Marty, you've done yours. So Craig, how did you said you've been into them for quite a while. What led you into
a question
the spider?
Is the connection better? I switched to just the thing on my phone. Is it clear?
Much clear. Perfect. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
right now everything looks really good. Sounds good too.
We will stay with this, and I don't know what was going on with the other thing. So I'd heard about the band. I learned a lot about, let's say, underground or at least lesser known heavy metal bands from that Martin Popoff book, maybe the Collector's Guide to Heavy Metal. It was whichever one came out around like 96, 97. Mm-hmm. And my guess is that was the first place I saw Cirith Ungol written down. And I think he said favorable things about it. And so my first experience with Cirith Ungol was I live in New York City, and I was in some kind of secondhand store, but it wasn't a music store. So that's how outside the Cirith Ungol beginning was for me. I wasn't in a music store. I was in a place that probably had like shoes and coats and just secondhand stuff for your apartment and clothing.
Bed bugs.
corner was a box of cassettes. Somewhere in the corner was a box that had cassettes, and I looked through and I saw the Cirith Ungol thing. I'm like, oh, this is because, and this is why I think that I first saw it in that Martin Popoff guide, is because I knew what it was, and I don't know that I would have recognized the name from Tolkien at that point, because it had been a long time since I'd read Lord of the Rings, and this was before the movies were out. So this was probably like 97, and I put it in, and it was King of the Dead. And I was looking for that cassette. I couldn't find it, but I have most of my other swag and all the other albums. So my experience was not that Cirith Ungol was an acquired taste. It was immediately I liked the band. And I can say, obviously, Tim Baker's barbaric demon hawk wail is a super distinct thing about this band. There's no other singer who sounds like Tim Baker. And I could see for some people that being an acquired taste, for some people it being a turnoff. But for me, I just liked it right away. Like King Diamond was a little bit more of an acquired taste, partially because of, for some of the earlier albums, when he's singing falsetto, he's doing just pretty much his head voice, and it isn't full throated. And it's a reason. Well, one of the reasons that The Eye is my favorite King Diamond or Merciful Fate album, easy, is because how full throated and the rich overtones of his singing on that. And King Diamond is one of my 10 favorite bands of all time, and they have it's an incredible catalog. The only House of God is the only one I'm not so into with that. But with Cirith, it took me a little while to come around on King Diamond and Merciful Fate for a couple of reasons. Some were the arrangements and some were the vocals. Whereas I just had an immediate positive reaction when I put it on. So it was, I mean, you know, the first two songs that are on King of the Dead, and that was my first exposure. And I just immediately said, this is insane. It's impassioned. It's unique. There's nothing else that sounds like this. And I just liked it straight away and hunted down the other albums and got those on vinyl. And then it was, I think, when I first went on eBay, so this would have been probably 2002, 2001. I was a little bit of a late bloomer, but the first thing I did when I was on eBay was I got a whole bunch of new wave of British heavy metal singles. And I'm like, I got to get Loser. I got to get Trespass. I got to get Persian Risk and all the stuff that I liked. And this is all stuff Alan knows. So the first thing I did, I got a bunch of new wave of British heavy metal, and then this, which I knew about but could never find anywhere, the Paradise Lost album. So I got this set, and I remember well my first listening experience to that, and I'll get into that later. But I liked the band immediately. It just it appealed to me, and it is it's one of my favorite bands as well. Like Alan, I like every single album. So this, like Carcass, Blue Oyster Cult, King Crimson, of like favorite bands of mine. Those are the ones that I think have perfect records. Like there are some Pink Floyd and Black Sabbath albums I don't like. A couple Goblin and ZZ Top albums I don't like. I don't really like the new Immortal album, unfortunately. But in general, most of my favorite bands is the same. It's the same criteria that Alan has. I like their majority of their releases, if not all of them. In the case of Cirith Ungol, I like absolutely everyone, including demos, and I'll bring that up, but won't spend too much time on that. I'm looking at this comment by Captain K. Tim Baker thinks his vocals are the reason CU was never big, and they are not for the mainstream.
They're not.
No. Mark Sell said the same exact thing multiple times, that we probably would have been bigger if we had a different singer. And I think there's also a reason that this band goes away for 30 years, comes back, and there are thousands of people who want to see them. And for me, I was willing to fly across the world to see them. And I could say at that point in my life, of every band that could possibly play, they were the number one band I wanted to see the most, that I felt not satisfied having not seen. And I think the singularity of Tim Baker, first off, it's undeniable, but certainly it isn't for everybody. Like, this is not traditional singing at all. And I as I said, it wasn't a thing. it wasn't a thing where it grew for me. Like I just said, this is, in some ways, it's kind of the most metal vocals could be. Like in some ways, it is just like to hell with your whatever well-tempered 12-tone scale. I'm singing across. I'm dive bombing. I'm a demon barbarian hawk. I'm doing this, and it's awesome. So that it is just like 2 fists in the face, and he's gonna do it. So there is a legitimate argument that he's the most metal singer ever, because he's sort of disregarding what traditional singing is, but hasn't landed in a death or black metal style. And I mean, I think I read him say somewhere himself that he considers himself more of a vocalist than a singer, which is a fine enough distinction if you care to make it. Anything that Tim Baker sang on, I would own immediately. And if you added an extra 0, I would pay it. And if you added 2 extra zeros, I would pay it. I'm a huge fan. And I think he is a lot of what makes the band so singular, but he's not the only thing that makes them great. There are a lot of elements.
Oh yeah.
And I'll probably say more about Robert Garvin than most would, because it's a drumming style that I find particularly correct for metal, where metal is still retaining its Neanderthal side. It is in the school of Vinny Appice, and Vinny Appice is my favorite drummer of all time. So,
interesting.
Yeah, that is that. And I'll get more into that when I get specifically. But as I said, like I responded immediately positively to them, and always felt that there was just an atmosphere and an aggression and just a uniqueness to them. There isn't another band that sounds like them. I had an action with Rob Garvin on MySpace. So as I was putting out my epic metal band, or epic doom epic, whatever you want to call us, Realm Builder, and Rob Garvin was one of the first people who said something nice. He did, and the Reverend Bizarre guys did, and those are compliments I still carry with me to this day.
That's awesome.
And I had a debate with Rob Garvin about something which will come up in when we start going through these albums. But his playing is terrific, and it is a huge chunk of it. And it is an element of their style that makes them sort of like Barbarian Rush at times. And but we'll get into all that when we do. As I said, I like all this band. I like everything they released, and even the like not official stuff, which I'll just mention briefly, such as this release. And happy to dive in whenever you want.
Yeah. Well, one thing we should touch on first before we get into the albums, because we mentioned it backstage and folks have already been kind of debating it in the chat. Is it a hard C sound or is it a soft C sound? Are we Cirith or Cirith?
So they say it's Cirith. So out of deference to a band that's enriched my life with their awesome music, I'm just going to say it the way they would. And it's also helpful should you ever want to say the sentence, Cirith Ungol was walking the path known as Cirith Ungol. And you can distinguish between the two. Should you ever want to say that sentence, it's a way to distinguish them verbally.
I was just going to say that, but you fucking robbed me of it, so I guess I won't.
Sorry to steal your thunder. You could say Cirith. I would advise you not to take that attitude if you should ever see a Boston Celtics game. There might be 15,000 people who would pummel you. But yes, that is probably correct, Celtically speaking.
Could be. Yeah. The reason, and I've mentioned this before, I tend to say Cirith Ungol because I was familiar with the word from Tolkien. And, in Tolkien, if you go to Lord of the Rings, Appendix E has the pronunciation guide for Sindarin. Names that begin with C, Tolkien always meant for them to be pronounced with the hard K sound. So like Celeborn and Cirith and such. I'm pretty sure he modeled it after Latin, where C and CH is almost, CH is always the hard K sound, I think, and C is usually the hard K sound. He just didn't ever use the letter K. He always defaulted to using the letter C. So, yeah, by in Tolkien's language, it's meant to be Cirith. At the same time, what Craig has said is perfectly fair. The band pronounces it Cirith. They can pronounce it however they want to. And as Marty said earlier, the band wasn't, formed in the earliest 70s when this kind of stuff wasn't readily available. The book back then was in public domain. You just got cheap paperback versions of it all over the place. A lot of the appendices and pronunciation guides and all that stuff was added, like not until the latest 80s, maybe into the 90s. So, and I think when most people, especially in America, look at that word, we tend to gravitate towards the soft C sound. When we see something begins with a C, we're usually going to say S instead of the K sound. So it's perfectly reasonable why I thought it would be pronounced Cirith Ungol. And it's fine if that's, how they pronounce it. So yeah, if I'm sticking to Cirith, I'm not trying to be obstinate or anything like that. It's just, I read these books several times before I ever heard a note by the band. And I was the nerd who was reading some of the stuff in the appendices as I read the book. So I just got used to the fact that, oh yeah, it's Cirith. And with it being a band that not a ton of people were familiar with, it wasn't like I was running into tons and tons of other heavy metal fans that were like, oh, no, we're pretty sure it's pronounced Cirith. And I was always just like, anybody heard of Cirith Ungol? And I was looking, I was like, who the hell is that? I was like, okay, so moving on right along. But yeah, that's why I stick to the hard C sound. But no, it's the band does pronounce it with the soft C sound, and it's their band, so they can quite obviously pronounce it as they wish.
This segment brought to you by Alan Bombadil. Thank you, Alan. Right on.
All right, I think it's high time we got into some albums, guys.
Let's do it, Craig. Why don't you get us rolling here?
We will leap right in. There's just as there was in the Blue Oyster Cult thing. This is a band where I really just buy absolutely everything that's out there. Before the first album was this album. This and what do they call this? The Orange album?
The Orange album, yep.
Okay. So
wait. Oh, I thought that was a demo. It's not. It's an album.
No, it is a demo.
It is a demo.
Oh, okay.
It is a demo. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this. The only thing I'm going to say about this is presented here are a couple of earlier instrumental versions, a couple of songs Rob Garvin sings, some that Greg Lindstrom is the original guitarist and bassist sings, and one I think Tim Baker maybe sings High Speed Love. It's not really that recognizable as him. They're all kind of singing. About half of this is instrumental, and most of the singing is sort of in that everyman Ace Frehley, Uli Jon Roth style. A little more in key than Uli Jon Roth, and certainly better than Uli Jon, the stuff that Uli Jon Roth was doing on the Scorps. But this is enjoyable. I pick up these sorts of things for bands I really like. Like I got something like this for St. Vitus with Dave Chandler singing everything, and I got something like this for Merciful Fate recently. And those I listened to once and gave away. And I adore both of those bands. I just felt like it was cool to hear once, but not something I would return to. They were basically like less good versions of songs I knew with worse arrangements and worse performances. Whereas this has stuff that you don't know that they didn't re-release or do elsewhere, and cool different performances. So for the Cirith Ungol Completus, this is actually recommended and worthwhile. It's not as good as any of the finished albums, but it's completely enjoyable. And you get some very interesting of the Greg Lindstrom, where he's, and I'm assuming it's him, but I never know quite what's him. And is Jerry Fogel is the other guitarist, and I think he's on this. So that's a recommended thing for the completist. So here we are. Now we're beginning. We've got the first of many. So we just had a pronunciation discussion. Michael Whelan. I've never known.
I have heard both, and I'm not about to try to die on that hill. So I'm good either way on this one.
One of the all-time great fantasy artists. I'd rank him with Frazetta and the Hildebrandt brothers at the top. And so you get this very nice image. So this album for me, this is their fully formed debut. I like this album. I will like straight away of the 6 albums, I have this in 6th place, and which will probably be an uncommon ranking. And right away on this album, you get a sense of the personality in the band. And to just sort of speak in the macro sense, this album, the first 2 songs I really like a lot, and it never hits those peaks again. And ultimately, that's why this one is at the bottom. Now, again, I will state this every time I say something that even seems moderately disparaging. I highly recommend this album. I like all of their albums. Something needs to be at the bottom. And for me, this album kind of loses the thread a little bit. So the first song, Frost and Fire, you kind of get a sense of the different elements working here, which is sort of the barbarian who wishes he understood the classical ways. Because right at the beginning of the albums, bum bum, bum bum bum, so there's a run that's this kind of tricky, slightly classical run, but the really barbaric bum 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 bum, bum that Garvin does, and that is some of the counterpoint that's sort of working throughout this entire band's catalog. So I could point to songs with a classical quotation on the new album that just came out a month ago that is sort of doing this, that is still doing this thing. So when Marty said they came out fully formed, they definitely did, which isn't to say this whole album is fully formed, because that's one of the reasons that I put it in 6th place is I think of some of it is not quite there, or them trying stuff that didn't work quite as well for them. But right at the beginning, you get that combination of the barbaric accents and the climbing. And throughout the verses, you get the barbaric demon hawk that is Tim Baker, and the barbaric demon hawk is shrieking, double tracked, and sort of. And let me say this about his singing, and it is something that will result in, for the benefit of all Heavy Metallurgy watchers, much less singing from me this evening. I have a hard time dialing. I'm not a good singer, period. I need a lot of coaching. There are certain lines I can sing, and certain people, however close they are to my range, I can hear. But when the vocals get more and more distorted, it becomes a little bit harder because of all the overtones that are coming in for me to actually discern what the pitch is and sing along with it. For this reason, I can't really sing along with like what Brian Johnson is doing in AC/DC, all that shrieking. It's harder for me to hear the pitch. What John Oliva is doing in Sabotage, some of the Chris Cornell stuff in Soundgarden, some of the Prince stuff, a lot of early Ian Gillan. When it gets very shrieky, it's a little harder. And with Tim Baker, he's doing this kind of dive bombing through the pitches, depending on the song, not in a traditional way. So it is this unhinged, too metal for the traditional 12-tone system style of singing, but he also locks it in because he's doubling his voice, and they're still in the same pitch world. Like, I feel it's in a pitch world, but there's a lot of, I feel the breeze, the thoughts and fire inside of me, like all of that sort of stuff where he's just kind of pushing through it. I don't know, Marty, Alan, if you hear it differently, but it isn't locking in a note kind of the same way as a traditional pitch, a traditional clean singer would, but he is kind of getting in these zones around these pitches and sort of circling. What are your thoughts?
I would say that he sings in, I don't want to say he sings in key, he sings in his key. He's got a pitch that he sings in all the time, and his style is going up to it. He like swoops up to it, he hits it, and then he swoops down from it. He does this a lot. Right. And thankfully the music that is being written, the swoop, and thankfully the music that's being written fits within the key he's singing in, because he doesn't differentiate much. And I really like the fact that he's singing from the very tip of his toes all the way out through his mouth. And the fact that he's doing this, he's going balls out, and he's still, you can understand what he's saying. It's very much in his own world.
Yeah.
Shut up, TJ. God damn it. Yeah. What do you think, Alan?
The metal theologian is sort of backing it. And there's sometimes it feels like he is more locked into a traditional pitch, and like Doom Planet, we'll get there when we get there. And sometimes he is like, I feel completely locked in, but a lot of times that's why I'm calling him like the, you know, the barbarian demon hawk. And the hawk is that swoop, is that kind of dive bombing quality, which again, like too metal for, like he sings that at a piano and the piano just blows up. Like that's how that's going to go down. So this song kind of has it all in terms of the neoclassical stuff, which hints at the barbarian being a little smarter than you think, the really barbaric stuff. And then underneath these verses that have like what's like kind of like a Maiden gallop, though at the inception of Maiden, because this album is from back then.
Predates.
Right. And
well, no, it doesn't predate, but the band predates. Anyway, go ahead.
And Rob Garvin underneath that, he'll start putting in some of these fills, like he'll just start adding in this extra syncopation. And this is one of the reasons I bring up Vinny Appice, is Vinny Appice often feels like the other lead voice when you listen to a song like One Night in the City. Like that with a straight vocal performance, that song is like 4 notches less good. There's so many excellent fills that come to the fore that give it a different character, and this song has that. There's the gallop and a memorable refrain. This song I have ranked 12th in their catalog. I think this is a really good tune. And they start out at, you know, first album, first song. This is their identity. And I think when I think of Cirith Ungol, I think like this song couldn't be more typical of the unique quirk of this band. There's something else that they do that I really adore. So let me go to the next song, which is I'm Alive. And in addition to having this combination of barbaric Neanderthal thumping with these little classical kind of interludes and trills and the barbarian demon hawk shrieking all over it, they really make a feature of time changes. And this is why I say they're a little bit kind of Neanderthal Rush, because when Rush is doing it, like in a way, this is like somebody took a song from Fly By Night and just beat it over the head and then gave it some caffeine and made it walk. And so I'm Alive is a really great example of that sort of thing where you get, and this seems like a little bit more key, that all of those verses where Tim Baker's he's singing over an arpeggio and it's just floating and not driving. And then all of a sudden, I'm alive! Bum, ba-da, I'm alive! And that's something else that this band does. In addition to the classical stuff and the barbarism, there is this featuring of the time change that everyone's with it happening, and it's overt. It's not like it's happening smoothly, like someone would want to hide it. And, you know, like some chopsy players or team just want to have it happen really smoothly, and all of a sudden you're in this different thing. Like this kind of has this floaty verse, and then it gets to the chorus, and there's a double time, and all these multi-track guitars. So one thing I should say about this album, the bass playing is phenomenal. It is
through all their entire career.
Through all their career. I have heard, and I don't know if you've heard contrary to this, that the bass playing on this album is actually Greg Lindstrom. That it is.
I have heard that also. Yes, I think Flint joined the band maybe too late to be part of the lineup for the recording.
Okay, so and I think kind of at its heart, and sometimes bass players are sort of the dudes kind of holding it down in a way, kind of the coach and overseeing stuff. The Steve Harris's and DeMaios, and Greg Lindstrom seems to be sort of that guy. Like this album is pretty much, I think this music is pretty much credited to him, and it is, and so both of those. So Frost and Fire, the first song that they did, I put that as their 12th best song. I'm Alive, I put that at number 11. This is not the only time that the best songs on the album will be the first two, and that the second one will be slightly better. So it's great. There is that chorus and that switch to it from that floaty verse is, I think that's something they really do well. They mix their mixture of material that flows and material that doesn't flow and completely stops on the cliff or pounds you or switches to a different beat is a great feature of this band throughout their catalog, from this album to the most recent one. That's something that they really do, is featuring that sort of back and forth between now this part flows and drives and now this part doesn't, because that this is the kind of thing, if you listen to that verse for I'm Alive and stopped it and didn't play anyone the chorus, you'd play a billion people that thing and say, what's going to happen next? And a billion people will not guess that it's going to be I'm Alive with the dude hitting this crazy double time. That's not what's expected. So those two songs, like right out of the gate, the first two songs from this band, I'm in. A Little Fire. This song is a step down from the first two. I think that this is their second most leaning towards a little of a brattier kind of playful side. Like this song feels a little bit of like in the Ted Nugent world. The hook, it's like a little, what's that Nugent song? Like Stranglehold? I'm not a Nugent guy.
Yeah.
Stranglehold. Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's a little bit of that. There's a nice departure that feels like a Wishbone Ash section. But this one, I feel like they're overselling that. I just want a little fire, like that whole thing. I guess I am gonna sing, but that
like you thought you weren't going to. I kind of laughed to myself. It was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Not at all. That just feels like they're selling it a little bit too hard. They wanted it to be kind of a single. I enjoy that. So let me be like, every song on this album I like. Actually, this band, every song in their catalog I like. There are a couple that I think are like just on the equator. But if it were like, the litmus test is, if I was in a bar and it came on, would I be unhappy to hear it? And they don't have a single song. They have a couple that are close, and one that is perilously close and seems to be widely considered their worst song ever. But I actually, because of the singularity of their sound, I just enjoy their sound so much. Even the sound that we can say is way, way, way below par for them, I enjoy it enough. So we next go into a very different zone that we kind of like. So this What Does It Take has this cool Moog line, and Alan, the pronunciation stickler, should appreciate that it is Moog and not Moog. Which
I just learned I always called it Moog until like 2 weeks ago. I heard it Moog, and I'm like,
it's Moog.
That's it? Really? Okay.
No, it's Moog. It doesn't look like it should be Moog.
Oh.
So this kind of feels like a different genre. The what does it take to get to you? And then there's this keyboard. Like it's pretty strange.
It's a 70s. It's a 70s touch. It's not
right.
it's not out of step with where they came from. Really.
Like for some, like the two things I think of when I hear this song, with like there's some the plucky bass. We're never like, it's like the appearance of Flea or Les Claypool on it. Like it's super plucky bass, and there is a part where that synth and that bass come together that always reminds me of Syd Barrett era Pink Floyd. That's getting pretty strange, but I think overall this feels kind of like a Cheap Trick song. And Cheap Trick has some enjoyable tunes. I'm not a big fan or anything, but their famous album is pretty enjoyable. And there's some maraca, some tambourine. They're experimenting with this. This song sounds like an experiment, and that's why, like, I feel the first two songs in this album totally arrived. It's Cirith Ungol. It's the Cirith Ungol we know and love. And I feel a lot of the rest of this album is kind of enjoyable experiments, some more than others. Then the next track is Edge of the Knife. And this is one where I like the song just kind of more than this chorus. The edge of the knife, edge of the knife. But it's a little mundane, and it's not a chorus that they would do again. Whatever reason, the left guitar seemed, and I don't know if there was if they had time constraints in the studio. I don't know the history. And sometimes I don't even like to read it, because I've read these guys rip on a lot of my favorite songs by the band. They're ripping on their own songs, but there's a really nice solo at the end, and the way he sort of puts a bow to it. But there's some strange, like the like just the mix of the guitars is kind of off on this. And then the next track is Better Off Dead, and this is kind of their one stab at what I feel is sort of, it's like, well, we have a singer who's shrill. Again, I think he's fantastic, but it's undeniably shrill. So I feel Better Off Dead is a little bit like, we've got a singer who's shrill. Let's court the Led Zeppelin crowd, because that to me is what the key lick in this song has always felt like. When he's doubling up with some of those lines, and this chorus I like more than the ones in the previous two songs. But it's interesting. It's this kind of Zeppelin lick, and there are these weird prog rock kind of trills. Again, something that might be a little bit more common in something like Wishbone Ash, and they're doing a lot. They're like the Departure does some cool switches, and the return to 4/4 at the end of the song is good. And then there's the last song, which is Maybe That's Why, which actually is my third favorite track on the album. This is this instrumental thing where it just sounds like it's Greg Lindstrom, on the mountain, and he makes something pretty interesting, and does eventually get to the chords that always remind me of Astronomy by Blue Oyster Cult at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. There is a very plaintive part that it lands on at 145, 245, 425, where it really kind of coalesces. You've got like kind of this clean, slow arpeggio, and then twin leads over it, and there are parts where you're really getting 3-part harmonies. It's just this guitar piece. Now a moody, no drums, no bass, guitar construction is so not the way to end this album. So this is ultimately like, if this album were reordered, if the track lists were different, it might be 5 instead of 6. But this album leads with its 2 best cuts. Like, undeniably, those are the best.
100%.
It leads with its 2 best cuts. It has 3 experiments, all of which I enjoy, but all of which kind of feel like experiments. And then has this beautiful little, not little, it's long. It's longer than most of the other songs, if not the single longest thing on here. This really pretty guitar piece at the end that doesn't even have the rest of the band. And so to me, the better version of this album is it starts with Frost and Fire, maybe goes to a little fire and some other stuff. Then the second to last cut is Maybe That's Why, and it ends with I'm Alive, or something like that, because this album really starts with This Is Who We Are, and then goes to This Is Who We Are for 3 songs, and then ends with this cool, pretty moody guitar piece that isn't, that isn't a band piece. It's a Greg Lindstrom composition that's very nice, but just doesn't seem committed. So ultimately, kind of the arrangement of it and it really starting with 1, 2, and then never getting back to that space again is why this is the 6th. But I like this album. They're all winners in this catalog. So those are my thoughts on Frost and Fire.
I gotta say that the 70s era stuff, I mean, as the album goes, it gets more 70s, and you can kind of tell that the midway point to the end of the album is where they kind of started. Those are the songs they probably wrote first. They came up with the 2 tracks they put on the front end later as they're starting to evolve into a little maybe heavier direction, and they're like, oh, these songs are good rockers, let's put them right up front. That's kind of the gist I got from the record. The 70s era stuff is kind of where I feel that they probably started older material. The first 2, I'm Alive and Frost and Fire, are both maybe newer. I don't know. It's a thought. It's a hypothesis.
I think you're probably right. I mean, I know from the demo, some of the older stuff here, but my guess is you're right. Regardless, we're in agreement that those are the landed songs that sound like the Cirith Ungol we are all genuflecting before this evening.
Hey, Mike, thanks a bunch for your contribution, and I'm sorry we're keeping you up so late in Germany. Cheers for watching us every week. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Alan, your thoughts on Frost and Fire, 1981.
Yeah. Start with the lead. I love the album. It's in recent years, it's been the Cirith Ungol album I play the most. I don't necessarily know why, but when I just want to hear something, it's quick, it's to the point, And I come back to it time and time again. I own 2 vinyl pressings, a CD copy. I'm still looking for another vinyl pressing, and I bought that giant hard book reissue thing, which comes with 4 more versions. So you could say I have 7 copies of the album on the shelf right now, and looking for an 8th. But yeah, Craig's broken it down very well, and Marty, good point too about the songs. This was a band by the time this is their first album. They'd already been around in various forms for a decade. So it makes sense that, yes, they've got songs from different eras, that made it onto this. So it explains why, some of the songs have a very different feel. And we'll see that happen on, the next album too. As y'all were just saying, there's, a very noteworthy track included on this demo recording from 78 that didn't make it onto an album until the second one in 1984. So yeah, they were definitely not above dipping back into, some of the older material to include on these albums years and years later. It's such a weird album. In some ways it shouldn't work. It's being recorded in 81, right when metal is starting to, really, power up. You're getting, your Iron Maidens and your British Steels are starting to really, kind of lead the way and make the headlines. Yeah, and here you've got, a green album cover, a very green album cover, with what at the time would have been a pretty obscure fantasy character depicted on it. And you look at the band members and stuff, and they have a real 70s kind of look to them still. And you listen to the music, and it's a weird combination of things. It's got definitely one foot still anchored in the 70s, but it's also got it's too heavy for a lot of that, but it's not heavy metal in the style that's been building up in the UK for the past year or two before this either. So it's just such a weird thing. And Aaron mentioned it, and it's worth pointing out just one extra layer of a weirdness. On the back cover or in the CD booklet, you get this fine picture.
It's like a young Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, who helped with the recording of it. And you're looking at this, and you're just like,
what? Or Barry Gibb.
Keep on trucking, dude. Yeah, just everything about the album seems, the parts don't seem to match up well. But it's an incredibly fun listen. Yeah, there's no denying Frost and Fire, I'm Alive, get the album off to a great start. While the other songs may not be as strong, I still enjoy them quite a bit. The plucky bass, I'm really glad you pointed that out, because yes, it adds, a great dimension to the album. Yes, a lot of this was written by Lindstrom. A lot of it's performed by Lindstrom, but it's, still, a band effort, and it all just comes together really, really well. I think one thing I like about it is, even with just the lyrics, some of it leans a little bit in the fantasy direction that they'll do a lot more of later on. A lot of, the vibe you get from some of these songs, though, it kind of comes across as, these are the bonehead deadbeat kind of guys that, are, hanging out, smoking bad acid and, stuff. And, just, driving Camaros, behind the high school, on the weekend, doing donuts in the football field and that kind of thing. And Lindstrom, and some of the guys, famously, had a big fascination with, high end, muscle car, sports car kind of things. And you just kind of get that vibe. You can just, see these guys, hanging, smoking in the boys' room, if they even bothered going to school that day. And just, what are you looking at, you fucking square? And I like it. It's got, that real bonehead, 70s proto metal thud to it that just gives it its own character. In terms of a ranking, this is a hard one for me to rank because I have a real soft spot for it and I played a ton. At the same time, it is not as accomplished as some of their other albums. The rankings tonight, the top and the bottom of the scale, I'm okay with. It's all the stuff in the middle that I'm really messed up trying to place. I would give this album, personally, I consider it like an A- kind of album. A lot of people I think would probably be more like a B- kind of thing. I decided to rank it 4th tonight. I enjoy it more than a couple of the other albums, if nothing else, just for the sheer volume of times I have played it. I couldn't put it any lower than 4th, although again, we'll talk, the 5th place album could pull ahead of it at some point. We'll see. But yeah, I'll put Frost and Fire 4th. I'll give it a solid at least 8.5, maybe even 9 out of 10. Despite ending on a weird way with what is a very good instrumental. You described it great, Craig. It is the wrong ending for this album. They needed to come back and have just one more real bonehead crusher at the end. But it's still an excellent album and one I play all the time. So we'll call it number 4. And Marty, what did you think of this one?
Well, I'm in a bit of a disadvantage with these two gentlemen for the fact that leading up to this, I heard One Foot in Hell a long time ago, didn't like it, got rid of the record, which was stupid. Zahler sent me Paradise Lost, which I enjoy. I enjoyed it a lot more until I heard the rest of the catalog, to be honest. But so it's been a treat this week digging into this stuff for the first time. This Frost and Fire, first time I heard this record was this week. I listened to it twice. Each record I've listened to twice. And the first thing and I would say right off the bat, Frost and Fire, it was in my number 1 spot several times throughout the week. I don't know. I struggled greatly with ranking these. I know you guys probably had way harder time than I did, but the first thing that grabs me about this record is the very lively and crisp sound. It's a very, I don't want to say it's a 70s production because it's just a very alive sounding production. You could hear everything. I would guess that the bass player's mom fronted some of the money for the production because he's really loud in the mix, but which is probably fine because he's a great bass player, great bass lines. The next thing that really jumps off the page with Cirith Ungol for me is, there's a richness in the solo and the bass work, which evolves perfectly into very mature songwriting. And even though the latter half of this, it jumps 3/4 of the ass end of this album is very 70s derivative. But the songs are still good.
Way.
Yeah, the songs are still good, and it doesn't sound, when Craig said that he heard Ted Nugent, I'm kind of surprised. And Cheap Trick, I wasn't thinking that at all. I was just so into what was happening. Right away they established their own sound, which is really interesting, and they've curated it and nurtured it through all these years. But hard rock influence, it's evident, but unlike their contemporaries in Manila Road, Cirith Ungol's rock elements were not that far removed from where they ended up creatively. I already mentioned that. But Tim's unconventional singing style, we've already talked about this too, for me is a huge, I could see how he's like a King Diamond or a Geddy Lee. People either love the vocals or they hate the vocals. I don't really see that there's an in-between here. Thankfully, I right away liked it. It's so over the top, but cool and interesting. And they accentuate it on this record, and they do it later on in the catalog as well by double tracking or layering his performance, which it's kind of absurd. You got this guy howling at the fucking moon, and then we're going to double that take. Really? Does it need it? It doesn't need it. And in fact, when you're listening to it on headphones, it's a little bit why did they do it? It's kind of cool. They said, we're going to take this over top singer, make him even more over the top. But Craig's completely right. The first 2 tracks are the best on the album. Where am I at here? My notes are chaos on this thing. I'm just scribbling like a frantic man. The riff style, very unique, free flowing riff style. And I love the layered solo stuff and the twin harmonies. Just the way they stack this stuff. It's so smart early on. This band early on, they're doing really advanced developmental things before they've fully got their feet. They don't really, the next album, it kind of solidifies what they're going to be moving forward. But let's see here. Frost and Fire, great lead off track, heavy and full of energetic movement. I'm Alive, love the interesting structure and journey through moods. Upbeat rocker that isn't afraid to explore quieter moments. Excellent use of dynamics, which is another thing that this band excels at. We'll see it even more so on the next album, but they're not afraid to take it quiet and dwell on that for a while. Throw some really tasteful leads over a quiet moment, and the build up, you go through these long instrumental parts, and then the climax is Tim Baker singing. He's like, we're gonna give you this instrumental piece for a while, and all of a sudden there's this guy screaming at the top of his lungs. Edge of the Knife, Better Off Dead, and What Does It Take? I mean, the whole latter part of the album is it's very much lives in the 70s side of their influence. They handle it well. I don't dislike any of the songs on here. Like I said, there's like 3 instances. I got scribbles all over my thing. It was number 1. I mean, other than Paradise Lost, I started at the beginning, and the album stuck with me. Is it perfect? It really isn't. It really isn't. But it's so good, and it's already a band that they've really got their toe dipped into what they're gonna be. And the first 2 tracks, they knew it. They put the heavier tracks forward on the album. You got to start strong. In my head, you have to end strong, and they don't end strong on this one. Craig is right again. They kind of peter out on the last track, but this is my number 4. It ended up landing on number 4. I feel pretty confident with that ranking. It's a great record though. Like I said, right away, it grabs you with that lively, crisp sound. They never got it again. I mean, they didn't. If anything, their sound, as they went on, we'll talk about this, of course, it got obviously a bigger recording budget. They started doing stuff with the times, and now they're more of a modern sound, which actually suits them really well. They're doing their new albums sound fantastic. But early on, I really enjoyed the sound of this record, other than maybe some mixing level things, but otherwise, yeah, number 4 for me. And that brings us to 1984's King of the Dead, as Craig Zahler. What do you have to say about that one?
I've got this.
I'm the one that sent that to you. The WNMC. That was my copy.
Did you send?
I sent that to you. Yeah. WNMC is my copy.
Your copy.
Yeah, that's the local college radio station. I was trying to remember who I gave it to. It was you. The vinyl probably the vinyl probably plays fine.
That wasn't enough. I pulled an Allen here. I'm not really one to have a lot of multiple copies because I usually just land on whichever one sounds the best. I don't really care about I just want the version that sounds the best. And but when this thing came out and had the extra stuff and remastered, I figured I would go for it. So this was the first album I heard by them, and I think for a lot of people this is their best album. I think when I see like the band talking about it, they'll refer to it. For me, this ranks as number 3 in their catalog. And Alan has said that he's got a lot of the middle is sort of in flux in terms of rankings. For me, 1, 2, and 3 have been that way forever, and then the other 3, like Frost and Fire, could be 4 or 5 or 6. Like those are all pretty much neck and neck, but the first 3 are the first 3. So this album begins with "Here it comes, there it goes, in the flash, in the sky," like that. That shit is crazy. So that was my introduction to Cirith Ungol. It's insane, and this is like if there are definitive songs that like show you all of the stuff I'm talking about in terms of leaning like Neanderthal plus some classical stuff plus flow versus not flow and leaning into the tempo change so you hear it. So it's, the verses, and it's very flowing. And then the next is bum 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 bum. So, and that's kind of a compositional style, I feel, for this band, is that moving from the flowing part to the staccato part, or the staccato part to the flowing part. And this is throughout their catalog, and something that I think this is the reason why I'm saying it's a little bit, there's a little bit the Rush aspect, because obviously all those fills, like that Atom Smasher is a song where every performance is a lead performance. It's lead drums, lead vocals, lead guitar, and obviously lead singing, and they're just handing off. And when I brought up Dio and the Vinny Appice work, which is like untouchably great, where you just feel the vocalist is handing off to the drummer, and then the bassist is going to bring it around, and there's just a level of synergy And in this band, and this is obviously the case in Rush, kind of everyone gets to shine. And in this song, everyone gets to shine. And although Greg Lindstrom is not in the band at this point, he's the main songwriter of this song. Like, this does go back to Orange album, and I think it's credited. I think it's credited Lindstrom, Garvin, and then maybe Fogel, but Lindstrom first. And so it's that all of that sort of stuff is like, obviously so much of what stands out about this band is Tim Baker singing, but that moving from the flowing part to the stop-start part, and you get it with the breaks, and also so Marty, maybe you can answer this. That chord, and I don't know if it's just we're so used to in metal, everyone's down tuning and stuff, but that there's a brightness to that chord, and I don't know if he's playing the power chord, but also with the extra string, and it has like kind of this kingly quality. It's like like I can't sing the chord, but it's that tag part just has a brightness to it, set against the real hedgy. It's like kind of a sludgy thing, like almost something you would get on Black Sabbath Born Again, but then this really bright thing. And that counterpoint of like classical, barbarian, flowing, stop, start. This is the magic of this band, in addition to Tim Baker. So it's great. And, and just like this thing ends with all of those accents, that and then Baker going, ow! Like he just throws in that, you just stabbed the hawk in the neck.
The barbarian hawk on the attack.
Yeah, that is terrific stuff. But that here it comes, there it goes. Like, in terms of one of the many reasons I like heavy metal more than rock is it just takes you to a different space. And then the here it comes, there it goes. What is that flash in the sky? Like, it's just, what am I listening to? It's crazy. But it creates so many amazing images, and particularly this madman on the hill pointing like, here it comes, there it goes, flash in the sky. Yeah. So it's great stuff. That song is, to me, the 7th best song in their catalog. Then we go to Black Machine.
There it is.
Knows the shirt, and which I rank as the 6th best song in their catalog. And the brief aside on this shirt, when I saw Cirith Ungol in August, I was so happy to have seen them. And then I wrote a fan email to the band, and Rob Garvin responded at length, and we've had some nice interactions. But I'm like, whatever you want to charge, like, they were sold out of these shirts. They only had like smalls. And so he sent me one, and he's such a good dude. He's such a nice guy, and this band is obviously a huge part of his life, and my interactions with him have been really, really enjoyable. But thank you, Rob Garvin. If you wind up watching this shirt is my favorite heavy metal shirt that I own by far. I've got a Blue Oyster Cult from their 40th anniversary show, which is the last time all the guys played together, as far as I know. That's my other most sacred t-shirt possession. But in terms of design, I mean, this design is fantastic. That's Black
awesome.
Machine. So, like, obviously they have tons of great Michael Whelan art, but it's great seeing awesome art for them that's in a different style. So I mean, right away with Black Machine, you get a really kind of sinister quality, like the and absolutely belting Tim Baker. And then, of course, you get the come on and ride like that. Like, I can't help but try and sing it, but I can't sing. Like, feel free, everyone, to try and do their own Black Machine, but that come on and ride, like that sort of dive bombing. Like, if there is the template for what I think of when I think of Tim Baker singing, it's this song and this chorus and those dive bombs. And but there's some stuff with the pitch, because it's the come on and ride, the Black Machine, and then I think the second time he does the come on and ride, it feels a little bit lower. This is just great. Like, this hooks you right away and is really terrific stuff. So then Master of the Pit. A lot of people speak about this album in terms of its history as a doom metal album. Is it a doom metal album? You want to call it one, that's fine. I think there's a lot of other stuff going on. I think Master of the Pit is certainly a doom metal song. That's as doom as Saint Vitus. and as good as their best stuff. I mean, they spend time, and this is something where it feels a little bit more in the 70s style. There's there's a 2-minute intro where the bass is kind of doing these really nice walking lines. There's a solo that's its own different thing, and then the drums are kind of going in their own different way, and it's something like the solo section for the song Free Will for Rush, where you just get they're all going in different directions. But the difference between Rush doing it and Cirith Ungol doing it is Cirith Ungol, it never feels like a flex. It never feels like we're showing you the chops. And I like Rush, so this isn't really to rip on them, but there's musical proficiency to the fore, I feel, with those guys pretty much a lot of the time, if not all the time, though Alex Lifeson eventually goes in a different direction in the 80s when he started moving away from that. The other guys still had it. But this is a really cool mood. The only reason I don't rank this quite as highly as maybe other people do is I feel there's a part where it goes into a speed up, like and it kind of goes into this up-tempo part that to me has always just felt like a little put in there. Like, let's just have an up-tempo section. And then it eventually lands with a really cool, this twisted backwards riff at the end, and then stops. But that speed up, it always feel there's a part where it's really going kind of faster, and they're creeping up the tempo, and I just feel like, oh, they're really good with coming up with departures, and you don't know where they're gonna go, and have completely different moods than the color of the rest of the song. This one I just feel is less good than all of the Doom before and the really cool riff at the end. Album stays in the Doom character with King of the Dead, and certainly my guess is I'm not the only metalhead who listens to this. It kind of gets War Pigs at the beginning in terms of the chords that they're dealing with. And he gets very nice wah-wah guitar. And so this album, it should be pointed out, at this point they have Flint is playing bass, I believe. Fantastic. And Jerry Fogel is handling all the guitar. Some of this album is still, as I said, Adam Smasher and some others are still written by Lindstrom and survived from the period when he was in the band. And I've heard different things as to why he left. Alan can tell you all about that if he knows more. I don't. And I'm not sure what the career choices were, but King of the Dead is it's really heavy plotting doom, and certainly in terms of, and again I'm hearing a little Nugent, the stranglehold, the and then that part following it feels a little Nuge, a little Scorpions. Really good tune, really great mood. Certainly, if what you want out of Cirith Ungol is doom, King of the Dead is one of the best tracks. I really, I favor that stuff where it's the flow versus the stop-start, the barbarian versus the neoclassical, and then the quirk of Tim Baker. Like, all of those elements to me make most of my favorite songs by them. But this is like Master Pick King of the Dead. You're pretty much in a Doom album for that whole period. And it's not like the first ones still have that doomy character. Death of the Sun I like less. That's a little bit, what's that song? Road Racer? Alan, you know that one. Is that
100 miles per hour? Or
oh, well, yeah, there's that. But there's this Death of the Sun for me is fun. I find it seems a little bit like we want to give a rocker here and almost a reaction to the others, but the other four are so inspired and so unique to their character. This is like Manila Road would kind of give you one or two of these songs on the earlier albums where it's like this is sort of the concession to the biker world. Blue Oyster Cult would do it as well. I enjoy Death of the Sun, but definitely less than everything that preceded it. And then we get to Finger of Scorn, which I rank as the 9th best song in their catalog, and probably the ones that I would say this is a straight up Doom song. And it's, arguable the definitions of that is my favorite. So this is entirely written by Greg Lindstrom. So this is a holdover from that. And I say a holdover. I don't know if he was involved with the making of this album. I don't know if he if he helped them or they coordinated with him or he was just gone. I don't know that history. The arrangements and just layering of this song are particularly sophisticated. So like, again, comparing to something like Manila Road, and I adore Manila Road, also another one of my favorite bands of all time.
Yeah.
But Manila Road is not having any song that's quite as sophisticated as this with layers.
They're more singular minded, just good riffs and big, massive jam solos.
Yeah. And then this has the finger of scorn, like all of that stuff is exactly what I'm talking about, where it is a handoff from the vocalist to the drummer, and you know, the finger of scorn, and then they elongate that phrase at the end of the song and start building in these other layers of lead guitar over it. And it starts sounding like a section of a Deep Purple song. It starts sounding like the departure part, like in Child in Time, and where it's like they start doing all of these runs, and it's just, I mean, this is where you really benefit from it's a band, and they're like, this sounds like someone started doing some shit in the room in the rehearsal. They're like, that's great, and they just all built upon each other. And it's that amazing lead drums to lead guitar to lead bass to lead vocals that, I mean, you do get this on those early Dio albums where it's like, oh, what, you know, like these guys are really featured, all of them. And that song is great. As I said, my 9th favorite song by the band. Then you got Toccata. It's I always think it's Toccata and Fugue in D minor, but it just says Toccata in D minor. Maybe it doesn't have the fugue. In any case, we've got Bach. So when I earlier said like there's a classical element to this band, well, here you go. Here's an actual straight up classical piece, and I think so. Manowar does this. You get them doing like the.
It's so dumb. I don't like it on this record either. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the mood is decent. I think it should have drums. Like if you're doing it with your metal band, I think it just being this sort of thing, it's okay. And then the Cirith Ungol song, to me, this is in the tradition of Iron Maiden's Iron Maiden, Angel Witch's Angel Witch, Motorhead's Motorhead. In that, like the band, the song the band named after themselves is not a song. It's like one of my least favorite on the album that it's on. Witchfinder General is the exception. That's like the best song on that album. That band landed their titular song. I like Cirith Ungol. This one is this one has a lot of stop start, so this may be a little bit too much. But the every verse is pretty halting. But I think it really just comes down to, I've never really liked the Tower of Fire. It sounds almost like Saturday morning cartoon for me. Like that, I don't like the phrase, but then the delay of hearing it again and again, really kind of like it's like it's a phrase I didn't like, but now it's extended over a long period of time. Basically, if you get rid of that back and forth syncopated verse and that Tower of Fire phrase, I would like this thing more. Again, still north of the equator, as I said. Like I like every song that this band has done. But there's a reason why this is like number 3, even with the greatness of Finger of Scorn, Atom Smasher, and Black Machine. And Black Machine may be the most definitive track by the band ever. And one of the reasons is it ends a little bit with a whimper for me with Toccata in D minor, and then the Cirith Ungol song. And I know probably a lot of people adore this. But for me, that Tower of Fire phrase has never gone down for me, and and then just sort of the verse hook, like the riff, I didn't really care for. But I mean, you've got 3 absolute classics with Finger of Scorn, Black Machine, Atom Smasher, and then Master of the Pit and King of the Dead, super heavy, Great Doom. So really, like it's pretty much. I mean, there's this instrumental sidebar, classical thing, but it's pretty much just like 5 of the 6 songs are completely delivering what I want this band to deliver. So hats off. And my guess is if you did a poll of people who have this band's entire catalog and stuff like that, my guess is this one rates the highest. I think this is that this is that experience. And unlike Number of the Beast, which is the worst of the first 7 Maiden albums, this one is really great, and I've got no bones to pick with anyone putting this at the top. It's awesome, and it's what got me into the band.
All right, Alan, your thoughts on King of the Dead, 1984?
All right. Well, we'll start with this.
Nice.
And change headgear here as well.
On his head!
Absolutely. On my head. Absolutely. All right. Great summary on the album, Craig. Let's see. Some thoughts here. Yeah, starting off, Atom Smasher, great song. It has definitely that kind of quirky aspects to it. For me, this album, it took a few listens to fully get this one, because I had started with One Foot in Hell, which, as we'll discuss in a few minutes, is a little bit different. So starting with that and coming back to this one, this one has a few more quirks. It's a different thing. So it took a little getting used to some of this, but yeah, everything on side A: Atom Smasher, Black Machine, Master of the Pit, King of the Dead. It's as good a side of heavy metal as you're going to hear. There's just nothing I can even bother really nitpicking on this side of this album. Side 2, yes, is a little more uneven. Death of the Sun, this was an old song. It had been on Metal Massacre Volume 1 a couple of years earlier. It's re-recorded here. It's okay. It's not their best song. It's not their worst song. Finger of Scorn is a great, slab of, Ungolian doom. The only issue I have with this song is I feel they kind of go back through the verse and chorus one time too many, because, the song kind of, by the end, it's gotten to the 8-minute mark. And to me, it's always felt like they probably should have wrapped it up around 6 or 6.5. I don't think they needed that one last pass through it, because it is a very slow song with him dragging out, the words and stuff a bit. And when you do that for 8 minutes, you start to notice it by the end. It's like, okay, we want to do it one more time from the top and slowly. So I wouldn't mind that song being just a hair shorter. Let's see. The instrumental piece I like. Again, it does feel a little odd, but they're not ending the album with it this time. I've always felt like it was just a good opportunity for Jerry Fogel to show off his talent. He was a great guitarist, very creative, had a great sound all his own. And yeah, it's just like, sure, here's spotlight on Jerry for a few moments. Let him dazzle and do his thing. It also, in a way, it adds, a hint of class to the album. Whereas, as we discussed, this first album, felt, very rooted in that caveman 70s sound. Here they're showing like, no, we are the sophisticated barbarian now. I don't often play classical music, but when I do, I can fucking nail it. So yeah, I kind of like it being there, just as the instrumental break. Closing track is not bad. Again, it's not their best song. It's not their worst song. One thing that has always bugged me about that track, and we have to get back into the semantics here. When he does, kind of, the main, line, Cirith Ungol, Tower of Fire, it kind of makes you think that's what Cirith Ungol means. That, Cirith Ungol is the Tower of Fire. Oh, that must be what this weird name is. It's a tower, that's, some kind of mystical fire about this tower in a fantasy book. And that's not at all what Cirith Ungol means. Cirith Ungol translates as Pass of the Spider. It's, that mountain pass that, Sam and Frodo have to use to kind of sneak into Mordor in Lord of the Rings. So it's always struck me as kind of, again, since I had more of a history with Tolkien before hearing these albums, I'm always like, why is he screaming Tower of Fire right after saying Cirith Ungol? So there's a tower that guarded the pass. don't think it had a whole lot to do with fire.
I don't think they delved into the books as intently as you did. Maybe interpretation.
I guess so. It's weird. If he wanted to scream, something, in Cinderin and follow it with Tower of Fire, he should be yelling Barid Bragalak, which would actually technically be Tower of Quick Flame. But
that's actually my tramp stamp. How'd you know that?
Because you're hot. That's how I knew it. Yeah, Barid Bragalak is as close as I can get off the top of my head for what Tower of Fire would be in Cinderin. But yeah, it's a little thing that feels slightly off. But again, in this day and age, we're still early getting into the mid 80s here. Fantasy use in heavy metal was mostly relegated to people saying, the words, sword, dragon, castle, and oh baby. People, weren't digging into the source material all that deep. You didn't have a million nerds like me, bugging you on the internet when you misquoted something. Today, you probably wouldn't, see something like that happen with a band writing lyrics. Back then, sure, why not? So yeah, side A, damn near perfect. Side B, a little less even. So the album does come across feeling a little front-loaded. The other thing that's a little weird on this album is the production. It's not bad, but things stand out. There's a very noticeable kind of sizzle to the guitar in a lot of places, which it's hard to describe. At times it makes it feel a little bit thin, but it does give it a little bit of a lively buzz as well. So it kind of has a good point and a bad point to it. At the end of the day, this is one, and Craig, you're absolutely right. If you went out and polled 100 Cirith Ungol fans, this is going to be ranked number one pretty easily. I will bet good money on that. Yeah. I've never had it as my top favorite. I've usually considered it maybe somewhere like third. Sitting down and really trying to work through them and come up with a ranking for this week. I ended up putting it second. The A side is fantastic. There's nothing I really dislike about the B side. It's just not as strong as the A side. The album has a ton of character to it. It is their most recognizable album. It's, if people have heard only one Cirith Ungol recording, it's probably this one, especially before their comeback. People may have heard the newer ones. Pre-2020, this was most people's only reference for Cirith Ungol if they had one. So I will rank it second and feel pretty good about that, which surprised me. I thought it might be third, but I'm okay putting it second here tonight. But that is my take on this one. I want to take this crown off because it's actually a little small for me, and let Marty give his spin on this album. Take it away, Marty.
Well, first thing I'm going to start with is the production. There's obviously they put more attention to trying to find a thicker, heavier instrument tone all across the board. The mix feels off kilter to me. The vocals and the drums being the predominant elements. It's a good sound overall, though lacking the crisp tone of the debut. I would even say it's a bit muddy compared to the debut. It's got a weird muddy tone to it, but still overall good. If I hadn't heard the first album, I would say this one sounds good. Second, I want to go with the amazing, a salute to the amazing, mature and gifted guitar work by Jerry Fogel. Rest in peace. I love the doubled leads. So cool that he tries stuff like that. Lead off tracks, Atom Smasher and Black Machine, leaning into their metal progression straight away. Overt 70s ideas being phased out a bit on this record. Both feature excellent use of melody and time. Tim Smart, I'm sorry, I can't read my notes suck. I'm frantically scribbling as I'm listening to these. Both feature excellent use of melody, and Tim's smart vocal placement and choices make him a powerful weapon. He may sing in the same key all the time, but the way he places the words, it doesn't always follow the riff. He does some stuff to it that sets it apart, and it's really, really interesting to me. Master of the Pit, another musical journey into uniquely colorful structures. The building up of melody and intensity culminates from the instrumental into the song proper, with Tim's sharp screams ushering in smart heaviness and overall focus power. Really good song. King of the Dead title track, another massive instrumental intro. They seem to do that a lot on this one. Led by mighty twin guitar lines for flair. The vocals explode at the halfway mark as main thrust of the song settles in with a dense mid-pace plod. I mean, the rest of the album ranges from up-tempo bangers to almost doom-tempered tracks like Finger of Scorn, good song. And the Toccatan D, God. I mean, was this electrified classical rendition necessary? It takes me out of the journey of the album, like, dude's wanking. I hate shit like this. I hate it when may my solo be an arrow type crap and then a bass solo Sting of the Bumblebee shit. It's like, come on. We all know you can play. We've been listening to it the entire album, and now you're taking me out of the experience with this stuff. It bugs me, not just when these guys do it, but when a lot of bands do it. It's like bands that put drum solos on albums. I mean, that's for live. Leave that for live, fine. But a drum solo on a record, nah. It's the same with the, a Bach thing. It's unnecessary. Don't need it. Other than that, this was my number 2 album. I've had a hard time placing these, but this landed on number 2, and I feel pretty sound with that one. Which leads us to their third album, One Foot in Hell, came out in 1986. S. Craig Zahler.
Yeah, actually, I realized I showed this one then.
Yeah.
Here, and then
but
this
still, that you got that. I'm so happy to know that went to you.
And then this was that was what I meant to hold up. Got it confused.
I wouldn't have sold it on eBay. I wouldn't have got anything. It's got writing all over it from the fucking radio station.
And I think and that was. Yeah, I'm trying. I think I already had the CD whenever you sent this to me, but I was happy to get it on vinyl as well. So, One Foot in Hell, I adore this, and I said like my top 3 have always been my top 3. One Foot in Hell I put in the second spot. It's my second favorite album by them, and this is all together. So it says produced by Brian Slagel and Cirith Ungol. I never know how those things work. If you see a name like Brian Slagel, like how actively he's involved in terms of his ears, getting other performances, saying, let's compress this, let's double that vocal. I don't know how that works.
Hearing him as being the producer for this album really says a lot to me. How I consider what I think about this record. Interesting.
So, yeah, and I adore this album, and in some ways this is, although I have it ranked number 2, this might be, if someone hasn't heard this band at all, this might be the record I say check this one out and then explore elsewhere. My favorite one is more atypical, and this one I think is the crystallization of everything they were going for. So it's a little bit more controlled overall. Like Flint's bass playing is great, but it isn't wandering all over the place, coming to the fore quite the same way. It's a little bit more in a supporting role. The performances, it seems like my guess is they did more takes to get this. And Baker seems more controlled in terms of whatever range he's singing in. And so Blood and Iron leaps out in a way. I feel it's a bit of Frost and Fire opening Galloper. They like to do this. They come out with something that's pretty revved. And I'd say that this Baker, the Tim Baker that's singing here, is feeling the groove of the music. Now he's not that often just singing the riff, but this is one where he's singing in the pocket. And then when it gets to the Blood and Iron chorus, that's gang hauled up. So you've got the gang haul, which in terms of some of the pitch strangeness that's going on, sort of makes it all just go down a little bit easier, and also makes it seem a little bit more traditionally metal. In terms of what we're used to considering metal, as opposed to the Cirith Ungol's unique brand of metal. The solo is really well shaped. The lead tone is richer. Something I didn't mention is, for whatever reason, the lead guitar occasionally on King of Hell, on King of the Dead, almost if I didn't know when it was recorded, occasionally it would sound like a VR amp to me, in that it's very fuzzy. or like a little like a necro black metal band or something. And the guitar tones on this album are better. And so anyways, Blood and Iron starts off gallop, pulls you right in, really enjoyable, good chorus, a lot of momentum. A lot of times they're picking something with a lot of momentum at the beginning. Certainly Frost and Fire, this one, and albums to come just start out with something that's just going to grab you. And then the next song, Chaos Descends, my 5th favorite song by the band. And this is one of these things where it really is the Chaos Descends, dun, 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 where I feel it's like vocal into the guitar, into the drum fill, and that same sort of everyone is taking their lead shining moment that I hear on those early, like you hear in Rush and on those early Dio albums. And this chorus feels a little bit more tuneful. Just the chaos descends. Like I feel it's kind of going for those notes, probably in a different octave. And you get a couple different versions of that with the chaos descends, and then chaos descends, and he takes it up a register. And this one is another one of these things where Rob Garvin just switches into actually that classic beat that I think of the Vinny Appice beat, where he's just pss, pss, and it's just kind of a clobbering, and there's a nice riff transition for it. It just gets a lot of momentum. It's the kind of beat you hear like Vinny's playing it on We Rock for Dio, and really enjoyable song. Just a giant chorus, and maybe the Atom Smasher and Black Machine choruses are great and unique and totally crazy. This one has some of the craziness, but also because it feels a little bit more tuneful with all that layering. This is a little bit the beginning of, there's a little bit more sadness creeping into some of their music. There's a little bit of more of a melancholy, which I felt very much, for instance, in Greg Lindstrom's instrumental work at the end of Frost and Fire, but I felt like they weren't quite dialing in melancholy yet with say the hook of the song or the feel. You get a little bit. Hold on, just got something popped up. And it is it's a great song. It's my 5th favorite song by the band. And then we get the next track is The Fire, and this is not the only time that you get sort of the Doobie Brothers China Grove riff on this album. And so there's a little bit like acknowledging that thing. Like I say that China Grove riff, and in a way like that, like that sort of thing is it. I mentioned the Doobie Brothers, but it's also kind of a foundation to sort of a little bit what would lead to a lot of new wave British heavy metal, especially once the Germans, the Shankers, in UFO and in Scorpions would start playing around with that sort of strafing. I think this one has a little bit less. I think it's fine. I like this less than the two before it, and less than what's to come, but it's enjoyable enough. And then Nad Sukker, it's not an easy one to say, is really great. This ranks with like Atom Smasher and Black Machine in terms of the quirk level of Cirith Ungol is like an 11 out of 10. And and I'm trying to think of a time in a metal song I heard this rhythmic grouping before this song, because like, for instance, like, so this is the 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. So it's this kind of false leading 3 4, that 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. So that grouping, which for whatever reason, like band, like I think there are like 4 songs on Brave New World where Steve Harris wrote in that. I don't know if it's really a time signature because it's this faked out. It's still in 4/4, I feel, but it's sort of pushing that, and Doomsword does it. Like a lot of bands like play with that sort of grouping, but I can't think of one that predates this in metal. There probably is somewhere, but it gives this nice like that's a pretty weird grouping, and then you get not so good, like he's just wailing across this, and then it's like mighty power, like all of that stuff. This is crazy music. So although this album is a bit more controlled, and I think the performances are better and the production is better and stuff like that, Natsuker is like that is as crazy as Atom Smasher and as crazy as Black Machine. Actually, it's probably crazier than Black Machine, and is a really cool, really cool one. And there are other things. You're starting to get something in terms of them adding some harmony vocals, which like it's like we don't need Tim Baker to not be the barbarian demon hawk. But adding some of that sort of stuff is just, they're just nice other colors. As I say, like, this is a lot of these production choices are really nice. And then the Natsuker, he's just singing that all over in terms of pitches and where he comes in and all that sort of stuff. The dual solos are really nice. Like, there's almost like a dueling, like, they're sort of playing complementary lines, but at times they feel dueling. They're happening at the same time. And really good tune. So that's a highlight. That's somewhere definitely in their like, let's say top 15 or so. This 100 miles per hour would be this is the stab of like the road racer, you know, and from the previous album, I forgot the name of the cut. So I know Death of the Sun. Yep. Which I know, like that refrain doesn't, whenever I hear it, I'm like, oh, it's this one, but that never sticks as the title for that song. And this is fine. This opens up to a point where it opens up to the drums only. And this is the sort of shit that you would get all the time from the Scorpions at the time, like in the song Now or Dynamite, where it's, you know, they just kind of, let's get it really hot, you know, that sort of section in the Scorpion song where they just open it up. So I feel that this was leaning into that sort of, you know, and then now, and it's that sort of section where they're opening it up for the stadium. You can extend it with the drums, and there's sort of the idea that the stadium is reverberating with this, and it's fine. Like it is, it's my least favorite song on the album, and still I enjoy it. War Eternal is cool, and then you get like, this is another one where there's a melancholy and classical, you know, intro to this. The bum, 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 bum. Again, that same kind of handoff where get like with death metal bands, a lot of times you get guys who are shredding it up and the drummers are just going around crazily the whole time. And this is more of a handoff. It's like dun, bum, 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 dun, dun, beautiful, like really lush, pretty sounding harmonized guitars for that beginning. And the solo always reminds me of Mark Shelton for that one. And kind of the war eternal, like that lick is a little bit in that, like when Dave Mustaine sometimes acknowledges the blues, that's what that feels like. But the war eternal, when they start doing the cannons with that, it's pretty nice. And then we get to Doomed Planet. So my fourth favorite song by the band, and I mean, this is just doomy greatness. And this is the kind of thing where it's like we're living in a doomed planet, falling to our knees, and it has that nice kind of like the people are rowing on the boat that's on its way to hell sort of quality. And then after all of that sort of flowing first chorus, you get, whether you want to call it a post-chorus or a second chorus, but then it goes into the we're living on a doomed planet. That section is fantastic. Like maybe my favorite moment in their catalog up to that point. That stuff is incredible and a truly special song. And again, like that riff and those leads, the juicy bass playing, that handoff from the vocals to the drums. It's like all four people are really responsible for that being as good as it is. And again, it reminds me of the Vinny Appice stuff, where it's like, it's that vocal into that drum fill. If he sang that and you didn't have and you didn't have those fills placed where they were, it would be different music. like, you know, I know there was some shit with like Lombardo and the Slayer guys where he started wanting to get like songwriting credit, and legitimately, like particularly on South of Heaven and Seasons of the Abyss, like a lot of the best music happening in each of those songs is what Lombardo's doing. And it's like, you know, this is going on, but Lombardo is really coming up with tasty lead drum parts. And obviously this isn't flashy in that same way, but I think it's just as essential. So I love that. One Foot in Hell, we go back to China Grove. This time a more sinister one. This song, and this song I have also towards the top, let's say top 15, you know, sort of tune. And I mean, this is really enjoyable. This is like if I've got to pick my favorite work from Fogel in terms of lead work, it's with this. And they're not the only time they do this, where the end of this song is kind of moving to this march, and then there's just this overlaid guitar that is like, in a way, it sounds like something like that, like a black metal band would do in terms of it being like a tremolo overdub, but just beautiful stuff because it's one foot in hell. Again, that kind of that huge barbaric refrain. And then when it starts moving forward again, it goes back a little bit back to China Grove, and that one foot in hell is getting really, really warped and deep. But it really warped and deep. But that whole ending where it's I can't really sing it, but I think you know the part I mean. That tremolo melody, it's like this weird, like alien insect army is marching in to take you to hell. It's so much character. So that's like the drums and the lead guitar with the riff and the singing, all of it functioning at a really high level. So, anyways, like if that, you know. Like there are many bands that have no album that's as good as One Foot in Hell. I adore that album. I like everything on there. Fire and 100 Miles Per Hour I think are definitely a cut below, but Doom Planet, Chaos Descends, and the title cut are all real top notch stuff. So that is my thought on One Foot in Hell.
All right, Alan, One Foot in Hell.
Yeah, very similar takes. I would agree with something you said early on there, Craig. This is probably the best album to recommend to somebody wanting to check them out for the first time, because it is the one that sounds the most metal. You know, it doesn't have the 70s throwback sound of Frost and Fire. It doesn't have the slightly more quirky and odd production of One Foot in Hell. I think this would be the easiest one for someone who's just a fan of traditional heavy metal to sort of get into. And yes, this was the first album I heard by the band. I loved it from the first note. Let's see. Smith, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks a bunch.
The way they start this album is just amazing. The first song is Blood and Iron. There is no preamble to this song. There's no, little instrumental interlude. You don't have, the 2 to 4 measures, where they kind of get warmed up. It's literally just and Baker is screaming at you. Literally within less than 3 seconds, the man is howling at you, and the song takes no prisoners. It might be my favorite Cirith Ungol song of all time. It might be my favorite opening song on an album of all time. Just the fact that they don't fuck around for a second. It's just drop the beat and start screaming, and you are into this song, and not even 5 seconds have gone by and you've already been sucked deep in. And it's one of the songs, haven't touched on this before. Tim sounds, we've talked about his voice. He's incredibly good at coming across with this very sort of angry, pissed off vibe, and it's coming across very strongly in this song. It's one of the things I think that helps keep them from being too completely rooted in doom metal. As you said, Craig, a lot of people think of them as very doomy, which they can be, but they've never quite fit the mold of a doom band for me, because they always sound too angry about things. And in more recent years, when the band got back together, I was watching some interview footage with them, and I don't remember exactly what the question was. It was something like, why do you think Cirith Ungol songs have held up so well over time, or why do people still gravitate to them so much? And Baker's answer, I thought, was very enlightening. He said, I think, a big part of it is, we have these songs that are kind of wrapped in all this, fantasy stuff, but really all we do is write protest songs. If you strip it away, we're just yelling about things we're angry about, like, people being stupid and messing up the environment and all these kind of things. And it really clicked with me because it's like, yeah, that anger, really comes through on those songs, whereas a lot of bands wouldn't have that when they're singing about fantasy stuff. Most bands aren't going to be angry about, Elric getting or losing a sword, but, Cirith Ungol can always inject that extra, aggression and attitude into the songs. And Blood and Iron, they do it perfectly. I love the song to death. And going through the track list quickly here, what have we got second? Chaos Descends, yes. And then all of a sudden they kind of gear it down, and he's still howling and mad and crazy and angry, but yeah, letting it slow back down a little bit, grinding it out more. Fabulous. The Fire, I'd agree. This is one maybe a cut below the others. It's not a bad song. Just what else is being done on the album? Side A closes, yes, with Ned Zahler. Folks have been commenting in the chat. Apparently, a lot of people have trouble with the title of this song. Ned Zahler is the city of beggars in the Elric saga. So it's just one of the kind of really seedy, dark side kind of cities that Elric, travels through in all his adventures. It has nothing to do with teabagging people. So let's just get away from that particular interpretation of the name. But yeah, I like your description of it. It's a very kind of unique song. It's got this weird rhythmic pattern to it that builds a lot of tension. And it does so in kind of a simple, quiet, simmering way. But yeah, just the it's just like you feel your blood pressure slowly rising, waiting for something to finally just give in this song. It's really, really well done. Side 2, yeah, 100 miles per hour start side 2. Again, a cut below the others. It's, the more straightforward, biker, beer kind of song. It's very good for what it is. Sometimes you just need that kind of song to break things up a little bit. But yeah, it's a little more straightforward, of a rocking tune. Nothing wrong with it. I like it, but yeah, it's just not on quite the same level as these others. But then, yes, you have War Eternal, which is another one that cranks into gear very quickly. And the band, yeah, it makes sense as a protest in that protest song kind of, translation. It works really well. Doomed Planet is one of their finest hours. The song that, inspired the name for an entire, record label. Cheers to super fan Rob Preston. If you happen to watch this, Rob was, always a huge Ungol fan, named his record label after this particular track. Yes, it shows, the band, at their doomiest. But notice, they're mixing it all up on this album some too. It's not that every song feels like it gravitates towards the doom metal side. You've got the faster songs, you've got the more aggressive songs, you've got slower, doomier songs too. And I've always liked that about Cirith Ungol, that they always mix it up. The albums don't feel static. It's not like this album is only going to be biker songs. No, it's not like this album's only going to be, the faster screamer songs. No, there's always good variation. And then, yeah, One Foot in Hill is fine. For whatever reason, it's the one song that sticks with me the least on the album. Doesn't mean it's my least favorite. It's just most of these songs, yes, I can hum along to in my head easily. One Foot in Hell is always the one I got to stop and be like, wait, I kind of got to wait for it to start and be like, oh, yeah. Okay, it's that one. But yeah, great album. I rank it as my number one. I always have and probably always will. I won't fault people for picking other ones. This is, again, a very loaded catalog. But yeah, for me, this is the top of the heap for Cirith Ungol. The last thing I'll say about it is it's not one of my favorite cover paintings. Yeah, it's certainly not bad. It's just kind of a odd one in some ways. You have just, the band name and title kind of crammed there at the top, which is okay. It lets you see a lot of the art, and Waylon's art's always really good. I think the thing that's always bothered me about it is, Elric standing way back here in kind of the shadows with the color scheme and stuff. he looks a lot more static, almost like a statue. The motion and action doesn't come across nearly as well as say here, where you're with the cape flying, and clearly battle is about to commence here, or with this one where you can imagine him, sort of really he's just lofted that sword into the air in triumph or defiance or whatever. Here it's like that big bug could be asleep, and that could just be a statue. With
it looks like he's delivering a message, hear ye type of thing.
It could be, yeah, and it's like, so it's a little. It feels just a little more dull in terms of what's happening, but I think part of it is just he's kind of stuck there in the background, in the shadows, where the color, because again, you've got the very bright, vivid, emerald kind of color on the monster. And then he's almost the same color as the ghost spirit thing standing next to him, which it has always bugged me. It's a minor nitpick. It is still my number one Cirith Ungol album. So, Marty, let's find out where it ranks for you.
Oh, my opinions on this album are not going to be popular because a lot of people love this record, and I still like the record. But first thing that struck me, and I couldn't really shake throughout the whole album, is they completely neutered all the bite in the guitars with lonely mountains of reverb. I mean, the bass is largely lost in the mix. Drums overproduced. This album is constantly battling too much reverb for me. It's kind of like Peace Sells, but Who's Buying? I mean, you come out of Killing Isn't My Business, where, yeah, that production is a little shoddy, but the drums sound real, and you can hear everything Gar's playing. It's such a great drum performance. Then you go to Peace Sells, and they overbloat him with reverb. You can't hear anything. You can hear a drum beat, and that's about it. Kind of similar vibe with this here. But overall, this album is less adventurous to me musically. They sacrificed that wandering journey that I like so much on the records leading up to this for more of a traditional structure in a lot of the songs, more of a traditional metal structure, which, again, I still like the record. I didn't dislike it, but something has to be at the end of my list. Now, this isn't at the very end, but it starts off right away with me with Blood and Iron. I mean, it's an energetic song, but the chorus is uninspired. And Tim's once vibrant vocal patterns now fall in all the normal places. It's a predictable sounding song to me. I think I know why they picked it. It's energetic. It's got, the triumphant chorus shouting out, but it's just that the song is a little too plain for me. Chaos Descends, we're back on track here with interesting riffs and solo work. Heavy and brooding song. I love that one. I love the dueling solos in the bridge of Nad Soker, whatever. More of this, please, please, please. War Eternal is fantastic, as is the album closing track. I mean, I like this album. I didn't hate it, but the production bugged me. You could tell they got more of a budget, and they tried to do more studio tricks, more reverb, make it sound huge. I don't know if it's reverb. I don't know if it's compression. I don't know exactly what it is, but it neuters the guitar sound.
Did you comment on Doom? Did you comment on Doomed Planet?
I did not. I tried to be a little more concise. It's a good song. The whole album's good.
We're gonna boo Marty. We're gonna boo Marty. You got to discuss that. I mean, it's like, I guess
this is the fifth in my list.
I guess you could talk about Rust in Peace and be like, I guess, like whatever, Holy Wars or Tornado of Souls or Shrug, but fair enough.
No, I mean, there's some, again, I do not dislike the album. There's this thing, I just think the bulk of the album is less adventurous, especially Blood and Iron. I get why it's the lead off track.
Blood and Iron is
it's very plain. It's very plain colored by numbers.
Straighter.
Yeah. Alan's I can't believe he didn't kick me off. I was shocked. I was hearing all these comments and all the people in the chat. I'm like, yeah, I don't like this one as much as the rest of them. Anyway. Yep. That's Craig Zahler. We are back to 1981's Paradise Lost.
91. So, speaking of unpopular,
91. I wrote it down wrong. Sorry, 91.
Yep. Speaking of unpopular opinions, so this, from the first time I ever heard it, it immediately leapt to #1 for me, has always been #1, and is to me, and obviously you know how much I like One Foot in Hell and King of the Dead. We just discussed those albums, but this is on my list of, you know, I've got about 4,000 albums ranked in on Rate Your Music, and I have like lists of my favorite heavy metal albums and stuff. And this one on the all-time for all bands, so King Diamond and Manowar and Megadeth and Emperor and Immortal and Mayhem and all the bands I love. This album ranks for me '20 on that list. So About Where Imagination from Another Side, and I adore this album. So there's a lot of baggage with adoring this album. And I mentioned earlier, a little bit of history was I corresponded with Rob Garvin on MySpace. So whenever I had a MySpace page for my Realm Builder band, so I'm going to guess this was 2009 or so, and super nice guy and stuff. And essentially I started complimenting this album, and then he proceeded to insult this album. If you read the liner notes, there's a lot of bad blood. In a way, this album is the Imaginos of Cirith Ungol. Lots of different hired guns all over this. A troubled studio experience, though I don't know that much about the Imaginos.
Or the Elder. You could also put the Elder in that camp.
The Elder. And to me, with these cases,
which I love.
Obviously, like we did our Morbid Angel countdown, and you know, Domination for me is my favorite. And I love Gateways and I love Altars, but that's my favorite. And that was a little bit reaching, and to me, it had what I liked before, but bringing in some other elements that would piss off hardcore fans, and that would be derided, and I understand that. But to me, they were positive additions. And the perspicacious heavy metallurgy viewer might notice that I've listed a bunch of top songs, but I have not listed my #1 or #2 or #3 yet, and there's a reason. And there are some other gaps in the top 10. So I adore this album. The first time I heard it, I remember because, as I said, I got it from eBay. It's one of the first purchases I ever did on eBay. So it was like 2002. I just knew it was the Cirith Ungol I didn't have. I had the others, like, you know, CDs and records. And I got this. And I thought, for whatever reason, I kind of had a sense like, oh, this probably isn't going to be that good, or it's a step away, it's removed from the others and all this sort of stuff. It looked like it was going to be longer. And, you know, there's clearly a certain bloating that happened when things started moving towards CDs in that period in terms of quality control. And I got chills, and as I said, the first time I heard it, I said, this is their best thing. And by far. And I don't again, it's like, you can have the discussions with some bands like Mob Rules versus Heaven and Hell. There's a conversation you can happen there. I say Mob Rules.
Mob Rules.
Battle Hymns versus Kings of Metal. King Diamond. To me, there are 4 albums that can be the Fatal Portrait, Abigail. Like, there are 4 albums that can be in that top. Merciful Fate, there isn't. It's Don't Break the Oath. Megadeth, there isn't. It's Rust in Peace. And this band, there isn't. And I know this is not a popular opinion. And but it's just been from the first time I heard it, and I was just blown away. So let me get into it. Obviously, this is produced at a different professional level than their previous stuff had been. So I suppose I should also say, because you can read Rob Garvin's negative review on this album on Heavy Metal Archives, where he gave it a 50%, and I think that's still up. And you can read these guys in this deluxe edition I have trashing songs or being ominously quiet when asked about the song. They have very mixed views, and I get it. In some of it, I sense it was a miserable experience in the studio. But this guy, so this producer, this Ron Goody, he did Yellow and Black Attack for Stryper. So that's obviously a bright, clear, professional thing with super polished musicians. You could I like Stryper. You can say what you want about them. That dude's ear for pitch and those shredders, that is undeniable. And so he's coming from that, and some band like Titan or something. This guy had produced some other stuff. I looked him up to see what else he had done because the name looked familiar. So maybe he's an asshole. I don't know who this guy is. I don't even know if he's still alive. But clearly there's a lot of tension. And this album has, this is a little bit in the Imaginos world. I'm not sure who played what. It seems that, like, we know that the main guitarist for this album is Jim, and I don't know if it's Barraza or Barazza or a rolled R that I can't do. But he is the guitarist here. He is the guitarist in the current. He's one of the two guitarists in the current incarnation. This guy is a fantastic shredder. He brings in a whole bunch of other colors. He's an incredible performer. And I mean, this is where, like, you look at this, and this is a band. They lost their bassist. They lost their guitar. Like, you know, they had a guitarist who's kind of the founder, Greg Lindstrom, and then he went away, and they had Fogel, and he went away. And I don't know, did he die when he was in the band, or had he left the band when he passed away?
He was out of the band by the time he passed. He might have been having health issues by the time he left. I don't remember the timeline, but he was definitely unhappy with the way, you know, just things had been going. You know, again, this band had gone, had slugged away for a decade and gone and gotten very little headway at all. So, you know, it may have been partially medical, but it was also just, had sort of, you know, had already, you know, gotten kind of disillusioned with the whole thing, which was affecting the entire band by this point.
Right. And so this album happens, and again, I cannot. There's so, and I've heard different things in terms of the lineup and this, you know, and their interviews that they have done where they talk about how miserable the experience was and stuff like that. And hey, I can say this as a director, as like, and I write my movies. I have an idea of what I want them to be, and then you're dealing with millions of dollars and 50 to 100 people that you're interacting with over a year and a half. And I'm trying to get it as close to what I originally envisioned as possible, but there's just too many variables, and some things get through the cracks, and some things you just got to let go, or however it works. So that's an experience I've had as a director, where I can say that some elements in how I envisioned them in the scripts did not land. But for the person who didn't read the script and see the scene that's missing or that didn't land, they're just having the experience that's there. And I could say that my reaction to this album is that it's one of the best heavy metal albums of all time, and transcendental and amazing. Another thing that I'm going to say, and I'll get to the sort of the track by track, you know, element of it, is I don't know if that tension resulted in some of the excellence on this album. You hear about this stuff in band. Like, I always heard how, like, the dudes were fighting in Faith No More, and you hear about, like, and how George Lynch was always fighting with Don Dokken. And so I don't know if some of the tension between the producers, band members who came in, it seems that there was a bassist that they had. He might have done some bass lines. He contributed. There's some songs written by guys who aren't even, like, listed as members of the, it's confusing. There's this Bob, is it Warrenberg or something? There are a bunch of extra names. And I'm just going to kind of attribute the guitars to Jim Barraza, but I know there's a whole other guitarist who's involved with a lot of this album. But I don't know if that tension and them putting them in the crucible that way resulted in it being better. And when Rob Garvin was insulting this stuff to me on MySpace, when I said this album's amazing, and I talked about how transcendental it was, and he basically let me know I was wrong. He talked about the demo versions, and there are other things that, you know, other versions of these recordings that are great. And I have all that stuff. That Servants of Darkness collection, I have that. There are no versions I like more than these finished studio versions, but there are other good versions, and there are alternate mixes on this. Actually, in some cases, different guitar solos, and a different vocal harmony. So there's interesting stuff on this new edition. So let me get to the album. I think one thing that I will say is, to take it grander even than my top 20 metal albums of all time, which this is in, there is no heavy metal album I have ever heard that ends with 3 songs that are this good. If I look at Mob Rules, 2 of those last songs are great. If I look at Rust in Peace, Dawn Patrol is in there. So they're, like, to me, I am very, very stingy with the word masterpiece. This album has 3 masterpieces. There's a reason why I was listening to the cassette, running around a park in the East Village when those songs came on, and I was all of a sudden wiping my eyes, and I couldn't believe how great the music was. I think that there are almost no other albums in the history of music that conclude as strongly as this album does. They are masterpieces. This is well produced. It's punchy. If you want it to have a more organic sound and a looser sound, and you wanted a little bit more dynamic and a less compressed sound, you're getting that on the previous albums, not on this. This is a bright, punchy sound. I love it. There's so much good layering in this. It's something that allows you to hear all of it. Not sure who's playing bass, because I think there are a couple dudes listed. Is it this Warrenberg? I'm not sure. Alan, help me out here if you know, because I've always been a little puzzled.
Even I haven't untangled this knot of who's doing what here.
Let's say Warrenberg is doing the bass on the recording, and this Vernon Green is the bassist in the band at the time, but I don't know that for sure. Feel free to correct me on that. That is just a guess. But Bob Warrenberg is clearly a part of this band, as he just wrote some song and sang it, but we'll get there. So this album starts out with Join the Legion. And this song is great. This is my 8th favorite song by the band. This is the first time, and you get a retread of this idea more recently, where they're rocking the 7/8. So that verse, the so there's a missing beat there, and it kind of leaves you. It creates this pull. It's the opener on the new album does this same thing. It creates this pull because of this missed beat, but it's completely. It's on purpose. It's a 7/8 or it's a 4/4 followed by a 3/4, however you want to count it, and it just leads this push. And that when that riff comes in. With the harmonic pinch, you've got a new kind of guitarist, and a guitarist where I hear, what's his name from Rat? Warren DeMartini? Is that the dude's name in Rat?
Yeah.
Warren DeMartini, George Lynch. I'm hearing some of those caliber shredders in Barazza's work. Barazza is phenomenal. This band had only phenomenal guitarists, like Thin Lizzy, this band, Wishbone Ash, Manowar. Like, that's probably the list of like bands that went through multiple guitars where it was just like the consistency was they're all incredible players. Like they're all so tasty, and they have different styles. Like Schenkel obviously didn't sound like Ross the Boss, but he was fantastic for the stuff that he did. And this chorus, yeah, come on, join the Legion. And that is beautiful stuff. That's setting that, oh, come on, like that sort of the banshee, the barbaric banshee hawk demon creature against the larger group. Legion is fantastic. And I think this is one of the ones where there's an alternate version where they add in a Legion. They add in some extra high notes on that. But one of the reasons that to me this album is a bit of a level up is I adore Tim Baker's vocals. And I think that having an additional bed of some of these harmonies, which happens pretty regularly on this album, makes them like only adds to the flavor, and it adds a different vocal character that complements them well. A lot of my favorite bands have backup harmony singers. And so that thing is particularly great. And then with Barazza's doing, actually speaking of Schenkel of Manowar, like he's doing some like harmonic stuff, like just kind of dinging around all the notes, really, really great transitions. And then again, like Garvin, the like that whole ending, like tying it all in a bow. And so like I listened to this, I'm like, shit, these performances are incredible. And that's why, like, I'm sorry, Cirith Ungol, if any of you guys wind up watching this, and it was the miserable experience, like making my movies, those are the production are not enjoyable experiences. No. But in the end, like there's something that I'm proud of and that people respond to. And this might have been a completely miserable experience, but this song is great. It's my 8th favorite song by the band. Then we get to the Troll, which this is super quirky. Like this is really, really strange. Is this one of the ones written by somebody else? I think it is. Who? Jay Malatesta. I don't know who that is.
I like the riff though. It's a cool riff.
He appears to be a guitarist who is an additional musician, but not one of the guitar. Like, yeah, it's a cool riff. That it's pretty quirky. This is playful and lighter, but I enjoy it. And the transition in the middle, Cirith Ungol's departure rather. Their departures tend to be pretty interesting color shifts, and this is that. Like the middle of this, it just basically becomes like a song, like it's that fast 6/8 tremolo. It's basically like Transylvania by Iron Maiden. It's just and it starts going down that road, and then there's some really strange, but like really like abstract guitar choices on the transition back into the song. So cool tune. I enjoy it. Then Fire, not to be confused with The Fire or A Little Fire. Clearly, Cirith Ungol likes the flames. This is a good cover. I mean, I'd rather they're just doing their own original stuff, or even if it's something like The Troll, written by a guy who's not really part of the band proper, but probably was at some point. It's cool. Like his voice. You could, if someone told you Cirith Ungol did a version of that Fire song, is it Arthur Brown, Crazy Mixed Up World? Is that
Crazy World of Arthur Brown?
Crazy World, that thing. If someone told you that they did a version of it, it actually was exactly what you would expect it to sound like. It's a little crazier. There are a lot of tasty overdubs from Barraza in the conclusion. I enjoy it. And we're going to get into some of the tricky stuff, because I think Tim Baker straight up insults the next song,
as he should
in the liner note. Heaven help us. Good tune, and I'm not with the majority on this who shit on this song. It's clearly it's a different singer, and I didn't know that until recently. I didn't know like if Tim Baker just decided to sing cleanly. And the opening lick is a little bit Priest Sentinel, and there's a lot of cool stuff that like those handoffs. It's that same thing I'm talking about. Like this is a very active riff. I think they compare it to Maiden, and a lot of palm muting, like a lot of cool right hand action going on the guitar. And Garvin does those transition stuff. And that's the stuff where, like, a particular thing that Vinny Appice does that I enjoy is sometimes he kind of, like a lot of drummers they'll do the gesture that completes and goes to the next downbeat, like Vinny Appice, sometimes he doesn't want to get there all the way. Dun, dun, dun. And there's just a gap. So that sort of stuff is going on here, and that's a really great performance. I'm going to assume this is another song that Rob Garvin doesn't really like, and probably maybe none of them do. This is certainly written by somebody else. And is it the only song in the band that's not sung in the song? The only song by Cirith Ungol not sung by Tim Baker? I mean, it's not sung by him. I think it's a good tune. I like having just the different colors of what it is, and just a lot of that, like really a lot of Rob Garvin's best work. There's like a kind of an Alan White-ish fill. A lot of really, really cool stuff in it. I understand why it's hated, and it doesn't really sound like them. And I get it. I mean, to me, it sounds a little bit more just like a Dio thing, and in spots a Priest thing. But I enjoy that. Then we get Before the Lash, which is my 9th favorite song by the band, and this one is really. I mean, this absolutely could be on King of the Dead. This is just kind of a monster riff. And some of why I talk about, like, I think this album really gels, and even if there was a lot of animosity or strife in the production thing, the Before the Lash, all of that stuff is so beautifully done, and all of those punctuations. Before the Lash is really a cool tune, and very, very enjoyable. So then we get to Go It Alone. Earlier, I mentioned that there's a song that seems to be the most hated song in their entire catalog. It is this song, and this song sounds like a hair metal song. There's no other way to sell this. This sounds like Yeah, this sounds like who wrote this one? Someone else. I think actually Barraza brought it from a different band, didn't he? So it says Cirith Ungol and S. Campbell, but I think Jimmy Barraza wrote it for something else.
Barraza brought it from his older band.
This is the like with Man of War, Gods of War, man. That album is perilously close to something that I don't want to own, but and Blue Oyster Cult has Mirrors, and King Crimson has Beat. Like there are a lot of things, and Black Sabbath has Forbidden. There are a lot of these things where it's like right at the edge. And Go It Alone, I could understand why anyone would hate this song. It has a bratty tone, and instead of just sort of embracing the weirdness of what Cirith Ungol is, it's just kind of this off delivery, particularly with the vocals, of something that like, yeah, they probably just shouldn't have recorded. And again, like if you guys shit on this song, go for it. I don't defend it. I think it's the worst song in their catalog. But it's like the sound of the band is so distinct, and Tim Baker's craziness, the punchiness. But I'm making it fun. Like that stuff is, I mean, we know what this is. This is like Dokken and Rat and all of that sort of stuff, which I have a space in my life for. Absolutely. It doesn't really fit on a Cirith Ungol album, but even that, he does that. I'm making it fun. Then Garvin, and it's like, again, they had a miserable time making this album. There are a lot of Garvin's finest moments on this, and those fills are really, really cool. But definitely my least favorite song on this album and by this band. That is, anyone who just hates it that's fine with me. And then what happens is the next song begins. It's pop, and it's instant magic. It leaps into the 6/8 with this beautiful palm muting thing for Chaos Rising, my second favorite song in their catalog. A song I give the term masterpiece. I'm super stingy with that. We talked about Blue Oyster Cult, my favorite band of all time, that has twice as many albums as these guys. They have 5 songs I give that category to. This album has 3 in a row. Chaos Rising is the first one, and it's just instant magic. That snare, snap, and I get chills every time I hear. I'm getting chills talking about it. Like if I talk about Sign of the Southern Cross or Starless by King Crimson or Stargazer, like, and I really think about it and hear it in my head, I'm just affected emotionally that way. This is just, it's beautiful stuff. And I mean, really, really, it goes to these giant open sections with some wailing Baker singing, and there's a point when it stops and it gets to the bump, the bump, the bump, the bump, 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 and all of these accents on kind of a new wave of British heavy metal thing when this revs up for its whole second half. And Garvin switches to a hi-hat beat, like a and that section, the amount of momentum with that and the bass lines that are happening, they're like the finest Geezer Butler bass lines, the best bassists in metal history. They're like those bass lines happening under all of this fantastic stuff that Garvin is doing. Tremendous leads. I mean, really, really masterclass stuff. Like, and these solos are shaped like the best Vivian Campbell stuff. Like they're shaped like something that you would get like Last in Line or Holy Diver or something like that. This thing is absolute heavy metal magic. One of the best songs in heavy metal history, a masterpiece. And this thing it's almost 9 minutes. This thing could go on for 40 minutes and it just holds me. Like there's no point. It's just like its only flaw is that it ends. Then Fallen Idols, my favorite song ever by the band. One of my 25 favorite songs, all genres, all music, all times, absolute chills and magic. And like this begins, and that solo comes in, the bum bum ba-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, like it's like 9 seconds in and you're wiping the tears away. It's absolute metal magic at its finest. Like this is a pinnacle achievement. And then and there are these gongs that are faded in that really like like in terms of scope, this is a gigantic vista. Like the landscaping of that, of Chaos Rising, and then even more so here, is just beautiful. And then when it gets to the bump bump, how bump bump, falling night, oh, bump bump, how bump bump, falling night, oh, boop boop, and then da-na-na-na-na. Like it's amazing stuff. And that is why, like, I understand they have all of these grievances against this, but this is, yeah, like there are bands, you know, there are a lot of bands who have never recorded anything anywhere near as good as Fallen Idol, and bands I adore who have never gotten as like to the peak of Chaos Rising, much less Fallen Idols. And again, like it's that same thing of the vocalist, how, like those handing off of accents, who's taking the lead, and just amazing stuff. And it like the underneath the solo, Garvin switches to some really nice tom work. And Tim Baker's performance is really emotional here. Like it's that, yeah, it's the barbarian demon hawk, but there's a connection, and it also helps that there's the chorus of dudes who are clearly like, you know, submitting to the will of the barbarian demon hawk, the guys who are like falling out, like those. It's the imagery is amazing. Like my favorite fantasy novels rarely like capture this level of magic and deep fantasy. And then I've got to point out, with one of the greatest guitar moments in guitar history, ranking with my favorite from Michael Schenker and Buck Dharma and Blackmore and Neil Schon and the whole list of amazingness. The whammy bar dive at 5 minutes and 50 seconds of this, when it eventually goes into the doo-doo. It's like it is off of the cliff. It's like my favorite whammy bar moment, and then all of that shredding where he's filling in all of those spaces with the boom. And that's something with Doom. Not all the time you're getting kind of a Doom tune that actually has like ferocious George Lynch caliber shredding on it. Like actually, I say not a lot of times. I can't think of another time other than this album where those sorts of skill sets. Like obviously, I wish George Lynch and Warren DeMartini, like guys like that, were like playing in metal bands that were making songs like this. And I like glam stuff. It's not to rip on that, but certainly like, yeah, like if George Lynch were the guitarist in Manowar, that would be a much better use of his talent than him, you know, than the stuff that he did, for me anyways. But that whammy bar dive, it's colossal. This song is colossal. This song is the best song being discussed right now anywhere on the internet in the world. and oh, universe, no one is discussing a better song than Fallen Idols. That's followed by Paradise Lost, my third favorite song by them, the third masterpiece of the three masterpieces that end this album. And it's great. It's got a nice kind of like 3/4 pulse over a slow 4/4 beat, and then that whole ending when Barazza, and it could be the other guitarist, I'm just going to credit Barazza because I think that's like the main dude, stepping on the wah guitar when it goes into the wow 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 as Garvin is switching to all of these toms. Really, really great. And when it goes into the open tom section, you get a nice bit of modulation. It's around the 4-minute mark. Lots of great stacked palm muting. And so in terms of the production thing, like I could see like these are perfectly crisp. This is like John Schaefer wall of chugging palm muting right hand noise. And I could see that driving some band members nuts in terms of how many takes they're getting and what the, you know, and it sounds like that. It sounds like that production and that playing and all of that sort of stuff is at a completely different level than, and they're always good musicians, but to get all of those palm mutings right and to continue to stack it. I mean, obviously Barazza is a fantastic guitarist and he could do it, but I could see this album being like 5 times as long in the studio, which, you know, like if you're Def Leppard, it results in some deaths, limb losses. And in the case of this band, seems to be attributed to some extent with them breaking up. So that's like certainly bittersweet. Like, I'm sorry they had the terrible experience. This like, it would be tough if someone said you can have the whole Cirith Ungol catalog without this album or just this album, because this is chills and tears and magic every time I hear it. And as I said, like, not many bands have more than a couple, like even my favorite bands have more than a couple masterpieces in their catalog. And this album ends with 3 in a row. Obviously, this is my favorite, and it should be yours. Hey.
All right, Alan.
Great take. I actually have a slightly similar experience with this album and Rob Garvin. Back up about 20 years ago from right now. And
let's not talk about time or dates or years or decades.
It would have been around 2004 because I was living in Columbus at the time. And yeah, I noticed, there was a review for this album on Amazon, and I got to reading it, and it was it was written by Rob Garvin. And yes, it was highly critical. I don't know if the review is still there or not. But yeah, Rob had reviewed the album on Amazon. It was a very critical review. He voiced, a lot of his displeasures, with the recording of the album and such. And he was basically concluding with, encouraging people not to buy this album, that he didn't think it was worth your money.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, he's vocally negative. Hey, that's how he feels. But I'm like, you got at a certain point, you've got to step back. But anyways, that was his life. That's his life experience, and you could see that it crushed to some extent.
All the behind the scenes shit can cloud your. I mean, I'm sure if you would have let it get to some of your movies, I mean, all the shit that swirled around making all those movies was not fun.
At some of the worst times of my life, and I've been in ICU, and some of those times are worse. But you then step back, and the work is what the work is. Yeah. And again, there's a different thing if he thought it would sound a certain way and it didn't sound, which I think is also the case. But I'm just listening to what it is and assessing it for, with my reaction. Sorry to butt in, Alan, but yeah, like fine. I like it's important. Like I said, like my first interaction with him, super nice, and then I started complimenting this album, and he let me know I was wrong and all of this sort of stuff. Like I am real stingy with the word masterpiece, and this album ends with 3 of them, and this is one of my favorite albums ever. And if the only way you could get this album was it would cost $10,000, here you go. This album has enriched after I heard this, like that's maybe the second time, I'm like, was it really that good? I drew a picture of myself genuflecting before speakers with like a banshee Tim Baker and sent it to Jeff Wagner. I'm like, I can't believe how good this is. And I always love Cirith. I love them from the moment I first heard Atom Smasher. That like I was on board, but the leveling up here again, like to me, it's the leveling up, like Rust in Peace compared to, Peace Sells or something like that. Like it's a huge leveling up. Sorry, please continue your story.
No, it's quite okay.
I want to see the picture, by the way.
Well, the thing was, like you, I tend to love this album. There's been long stretches of time where I've cited it as my favorite Cirith Ungol album. And I felt so bad, about the review. Kind of the same thing. It's like I get it. Yes, this was a miserable experience for him, and the album didn't work out, and everything went wrong around the recording and the band at this time. So I get your perspective on it. But it's still a really fantastic album. So I ended up writing a review. I only ever wrote a few Amazon reviews, but I did one for Paradise Lost because I did want there to be another perspective on the album besides just Garvin's. Not because his wasn't valid, just because I did want people to realize, there were positive things about the album too. And I remember, I very pointedly, titled the review "All Is Not Lost,"
right?
Because it tickled my weird funny bone, but it really was trying to point out, like, yes, I understand there are problems with the album, but there is good here as well. This was the band's last album for a long time. We've hinted at it, but things were going bad and went from bad to worse. Flint, left the band, dissatisfied with how things were going. Jerry left the band, dissatisfied and or sick. Now, Jerry didn't pass away until 1998, so he wasn't critical at this stage, but there may have been early signs. I don't know the timeline on that. So yes, you bring in 2 other guys, and Craig, I was trying to look some of this up while you worked through the track list. The other 2 fellows, Warrenberg and Malatesta, were, from what I can tell, doing this on the fly, were in the band when this stuff was being recorded. They were out of the band before the album even hit the shelves.
Okay.
So, did not have much of it. And so Vernon Green was brought in, after the recording was done. He's pictured on the back cover, but apparently did not contribute directly, to the recording of the album. Warrenberg and Malatesta have absolutely zero information over on Metal Archives. They have a name and 1 credit for Paradise Lost. There's no birth date, no location, no other projects, nothing. So whoever those guys were,
Heaven Help Us song, like that's him singing it, and he wrote it. So I could see why Cirith Ungol is like, that's not even us. Somebody else singing a song we didn't even write.
I mean, you got the whole career of Tim Baker singing. You got this other chode like, oh, sing on this crappy glam song.
No, that's not kind of. Heaven Help Us is not the glam song. I mean, to me, that's a much more Maiden Priesty thing. Go It Alone is the glam song. It's just with Tim Baker singing.
Right. Yeah, and those were the kinds of problems happening here. They've lost 2 close members who they'd worked with for a decade. Wherever these other 2 guys came from, I've read insinuations that they were some sort of at least one of them, maybe both of them, were foisted onto the band by management and or record label. That Garvin had cited many a time that there was a lot of label interference in the band at this time. Baranza, they brought on themselves. Now that Jim would have been their choice. They knew Jim from Prophecy. Prophecy was a California band that Ungol were friendly with, and they had played a lot of shows there, on the sort of regional circuit. So they knew him, they knew his talent, so there were no issues there. I don't know if these other 2, if they did know them and gave them a chance and it just didn't work out, or if other people sort of like, you guys need a bass player. Here, you're going to use our recommended bass player. I don't know. A lot of contentions with that producer as well. Garvin, highlighted many times that, band members were not allowed near, the board when anything was being mixed or any of that kind of stuff. And that, yes, a lot of his contention with the album came from that experience. They're like, this is not how this has been. The editing of the album, Garvin had serious issues with, like, you cut out chunks of this song. Where's the rest of our song? And it's on the cutting room floor somewhere because we weren't allowed to be in the room when it was being cut. You can hear a little bit, for those who are, curious about it, you can obviously hear the finished product here. There are some songs from here where demo versions came out on this years later. Servants of Chaos. This is kind of a collection of demos, early tracks, live tracks, all kinds of stuff. But you have some of the band's own demo recordings for several songs off Paradise Lost on here. So they're obviously, they're demos. They're going to be a little bit rougher. But you can hear where, certain things were very blatantly changed. And according to Garvin, what you hear on this is supposed to be what you were hearing on this. And they kind of got, cut and pasted by someone they didn't know, didn't trust, and didn't ask them for any input. So, you've got band members leaving, strangers being put into the band, a producer, engineer who's, not involving you in the process whatsoever. And when the album came out, the label did jack shit all to try to promote it, hype it. There was nothing. There was no support for the album whatsoever. It came out, obviously got no attention. And so, all of this on top of already, having slogged away on things for over a decade, this was it. This broke the band. And so, yes, it's perfectly understandable that, they have a bad taste in their mouth, to this day about a lot of parts of this album. I get that. But like Craig said, there's a lot of amazing music on this album. I don't have this. This is probably the hardest album to rank for me, though. Like I said, in the past, there have been times I've put this as my number one. There were years and years where this was my most played Cirith Ungol album. Not even close. As much as I loved all the other ones, this was the album I kept going back to over and over. In trying to figure out where to rank it this week, though, I had to really look at it and try not to be quite so sentimental about it, because while there are masterpieces on this album for sure, there are non-masterpieces on this album as well. So my take on the track list is a little different than Craig's. Let me run through them briefly here. Join the Legion. Fantastic, classic Cirith Ungol song. Has everything you want an Ungol song to have in it. Absolutely. Top-notch stuff. Love it. The Troll, as y'all mentioned, it's a quirky one. I
still like it. I like it.
I want to like it, and I never can quite get there. It's a very odd structure to it. It also kind of just very abruptly comes to a halt. It's relatively short at under 4 minutes. And it's like, okay, you're trying to get there, and it's just like, click, oh, we're done. Like, it always felt like it ended wrong to me. Again, I don't know. This may have been one of those editing choices that the band was not privy to. At the end of the day, I got to give that song a little. Is it a terrible song? No. In the context of, is it a song I really like on the album? No.
It's not written by any of the guys either. I mean, I think that's an outside one.
Yeah, well, it may be. Yeah, we're going to call this one strike one. So we got
that is a Malatesta. That's the Malatesta guitarist.
Okay. So again, then we can't even figure out where he came from. So we got one amazing song and one miss. Let's see. I don't want to say bad song. Let's call it a miss. Third, you've got the Crazy World of Arthur Brown cover, Fire. This should have been a slam dunk for them. A really easy song, fits their whole, fire imagery.
Yeah.
I'm not nuts about their take on it here. They do it serviceably, but to me, it always feels a little flat. And again, I'm wondering, is this something that was kind of foisted on them by the label? Like, hey, you guys need a real, well-known cover song to kind of get you over or something.
Why that one?
They don't do it bad, but to me, it feels a little flat. It doesn't have the normal fire and anger. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Fire. It just doesn't feel quite as angry as it should in their interpretation. It feels like they're like, okay, fine, we'll play a cover song. This one is appropriate for us to play. So I'm going to call that one a miss. It's not a big miss. I can listen to it, but they could do that song and do it really special. They didn't do it special. Heaven Help Us. Here's one of the weird songs. And yes, this is not a glam song. Craig, I like your description. It does feel like a much more sort of traditional Euro heavy metal song. It is not a bad song at all, but it is not really what I want to hear Cirith Ungol doing. For me, it's a little too bit far out of their zip code. So another band could take this song and do it, and I think it would fit their idiom just fine. But for Cirith Ungol to take a stab at this kind of traditional Euro sounding priesty type metal,
their lead singer isn't even on it. It's so stupid. It makes no sense in the whole legacy of that band that he's not on that song.
Yeah. So once again, what's going on here? Why is this? Where does this song come from? Why is Tim not singing it? Why did somebody want them to stretch this far out of their zone? And we've already established it's not like Cirith Ungol only does one thing for every song. They've got their slower, doomier stuff. They've got their faster, more aggressive stuff. They've got their biker, rock it out, man songs, and they're good at all of it. This feels like it's probably one bridge too far. It is not a bad song. It's just the wrong song for Cirith Ungol to be putting on this album. That's my take on it.
One thing also, the chorus, which is kind of like, I mean, it always just feels like a bridge that ends with them saying the line of the song, but that whole, that thing is the fact is without a doubt. Like, that's the closest thing they ever came to having a thrash moment. Like, the staccato phrasing of that transition before he goes, heaven, before they get into Heaven Help Us, but that fact is without a doubt, and the way they kind of gang haul it up is I mean, obviously they're with the cover song, with the glam metal song, and with this one, there's a little bit of like, let's see what sticks, and if we can break this market, we need a different kind of change. This one I happen to like. I don't really. That's the one part I don't particularly care for, is that that vocal part, which I always feel is like, oh, this is there's a little bit Chuck Billy happening there. Never a compliment coming from me.
Yeah, you're right, Craig. We are getting the sense of like, well, what? Try this, try that, try this, try that. This is a veteran band, that had, a very, core sound and identity. They don't need to be experimenting with, to see what sticks. This isn't the band, the time, the place in their career for that kind of thing. So let's see. So at this point, we've had an amazing opener, but now we're kind of, miss. Get to track 5 before the lash. Okay, we're back to classic Ungol. Great track. I feel like we're back on track here. But the score at this point is 2-3. The band is still kind of trailing a bit. You get to track 6. Go It Alone. Yes. Now this is a Prophecy cover. So Jim brought this one from Prophecy. I've never heard the original Prophecy stuff. I'm guessing they were, a little bit more of sort of, a hair rock, glamish kind of prospect. Don't know. But yeah, it, once again, well, let's see if this sticks. No, this doesn't stick. This needs to be stuck somewhere.
They had to feel horrible even playing that up against what they
up against not
established.
just not just up against the other songs they've brought in themselves, but up against, we've already covered them, 3 albums and 20 years worth of an identity, and you're being brought in and probably, again, the insinuation is you're kind of having your arm twisted to do some of this. What I don't quite get, though, is with this one in particular, as a Prophecy song, and having known Jim ahead of time, it's, once again, I can't imagine Jim was like, oh, hey, here's our best Prophecy song. Can we do this? And then being like, yeah, cool, let's do it for fun. Maybe by this point in the session, they were so fed up with it, just like, fuck it, sure, let's do the cock rock Prophecy song.
We'll do some rap too while we're at it.
But maybe somebody else, again, maybe someone else in management or something had heard him be like, oh yeah, Jim's had this killer song with his old band. You guys got to do that. Give him a chance to and show off where he's coming from. I don't know, but yeah, it is considered the worst song in the Cirith Ungol catalog for a reason. It's bad. It does not fit for them whatsoever. Should not be here. So yeah, now the score is 2-4. And then you hit the closing trilogy. And so by the time this album is over, the score is going to be 5-4 in favor. Craig, did it plenty of justice. There's anything else I say will pale in comparison. But yes, those 3 songs are just impeccable. They are amazing. Yeah.
One thing worth noting in terms of, obviously I adore them. They're the second. I mean, let me see. I think on my cassette, I think it's that they're the second side, right? Isn't that how it is?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's it. Like, oh no, Go It Alone.
No, there's no. Oh, they're not the entire second side. No.
But but that's the thing. Like, yeah, like you have your score, and obviously, like I accept 2 of those songs that you don't. You have your score, but worth pointing out is what's the running time? You could say 5-4, and that's a thing to do. But the songs that are the masterpieces that close out this album, because they're masterpieces, those songs are epics, all of them. The first one is almost 9 minutes. So in terms of the running time of the album, like you could say 5-4, and that is a way to look at it. But if this album is, I'm going to make up a time. Let's say this album is 55 minutes. How much of it is top quality material? Probably like 35, 40 minutes of it, because the longest songs, those last 3, are they're really long. The first one's like almost 9 minutes. And then maybe Paradise Lost is like near 7 or something. I don't have that memorized, but percentage wise, like you can do the scorecard of success to failure, but there's also the how much time am I spending on this album listening to the best stuff like Join the Legion, Before the Lash, and the 3 masterpieces that close it out. It's a lot. That score is much better than 5 to 4.
I quickly did the math in my head when you said that, Craig. The album's 48 minutes long, and if you, in my opinion, there are 5 of Ungol's best songs on here. The 5 I've named. Those 5 songs make up 31 out of the 48 minutes, roughly, of this album. So you've got 31 minutes of the best Ungol material, and you've got 17 minutes of other things that had to happen because someone insisted they had to happen. So it's almost 66 to 33. It's almost 2/3 to 1/3 split if you want to break it down chronologically or chronometrically. And that's kind of my point here too. While there's 4 songs, almost half the songs on here I don't like. I like the other 5 songs so much that lots of times I've said this is my favorite Cirith Ungol album. This was my go-to Cirith Ungol album forever because of those 5 songs. They are so much better than they hold the album up here. There's these other 4 songs that drag it down some, but like I said, it's not like those songs are awful either. The Troll isn't awful. It's just a little too weird. The Fire cover isn't awful. It just feels like they didn't quite, their heart wasn't quite in it. Heaven Help Us is not a bad song. It's just not quite what I want to hear Cirith Ungol do. It's really only Go It Alone that I feel is, that's
the nadir. That's the weakest song in their whole catalog.
Yeah. So it's not even like, that's why I was saying I didn't want to call them bad songs. I'm just like, I'm going to call this a miss, but I'm not going to say it sucks or anything. And so in terms of ranking it, where do I do with it these days? This was the hardest one for me to figure out. There's part of me that still says, with 5, sort of masterpiece, or near masterpiece level songs, can any of their other albums boast that? Not sure. I'd have to go back and recount.
No.
But at the same time, this is also, like I say, I like the way you phrased it. This album also does have that, sense of they threw it. Whoever did it, whether with the band's consent or the behind their back after they were out of the studio, whatever, this album does have that very scattered feel amongst those other tracks. And if I'm going to treat it as an entire album, I can't just ignore that. And I think that's what I have tended to do with this album in the past. When I've ranked it as my favorite, I'm ranking it as my favorite because I programmed the CD player to play 5 of these songs, maybe 6. But I kind of pretend the others aren't there sometimes. And if I'm ranking it against all the other albums, which are all also very good and song to song to song to song, maybe more consistent, I can't just ignore these misses on this album. I ended up putting Paradise Lost Tonight 3rd. I did not feel right putting it any lower than that because of the strength of all this stuff. Ask me in a year and I might have it 2nd, back ahead of King of the Dead. I don't think I can get it back in front of One Foot in Hell, but it's a hard one to place because the highs, as you so eloquently articulated, Greg, the highs are off the chart. The highs this high just don't happen very often. It's just that this is the one album that also has these misses. The misses are there, and I can't pretend they're not there. So I'm going to put it 3rd. I still think it's an amazing album. I still recommend it for anybody to check it out if you haven't. And again, if you're kind of interested in hearing what the band had in their head for some of these songs, go check out the versions they've got on here. They've got demos of the full trilogy on here. At least one of the songs, I think they've got 2 demo versions. Yeah, Chaos Rising, I think, is on here twice. Mm-hmm. And you also get like a lot of the older sort of early and mid 70s stuff, going back to Lindstrom's, days in the band and just recording all kinds of crazy stuff on his own or with, 1 or 2 other guys, the kind of stuff, that even predated the demo from the Orange album. So yeah, a complicated album, a hard one to place, but I'm feeling okay putting it at third. It still has a very high recommendation for me. The highs are absolutely worth the bumps in the road.
Right. And just what worth saying with all of your deliberations and kind of vacillating back and forth, these are the reasons that I said, if you don't know this band and want to check them out, start with One Foot in Hell. It's my second favorite, yes, but it's all the character of this band. There's nothing like, oh, wow, they were really just trying something else. I don't think it has the highs of this album, but it gets pretty close, and it's consistently the mood you want from this band. It isn't like, I mean, with Go It Alone, I just sort of got to like accept it. It's happening, because I don't skip tracks. That's like, I'm like, it's happening and stuff like that. And it's all, and like, and when that snare comes in on Chaos Rising, it's all that much more stuff, because now we're back in, you know, like they're great. They're great. You know, so anyways, Marty, it's your turn.
I mean, this is the album you sent me, Craig. And
yes, because it's their best.
I listened to it a lot. I probably got 10 or 15 times in on it. And I'm like, these guys are great. I wish I never got rid of that record, blah, blah, blah. This is really good. Yeah, there's a couple bumps in the road I didn't care about. But the thing that really took me by surprise this week is I was familiar with Paradise Lost. I like it. But hearing all the other albums, they kind of took precedence over this one for me.
Okay.
The highs on this album are really high. And I don't dislike the album. I still like this record. I really do not. First of all, Fire, The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. I never liked that song. I think it's a dumb song, and it yields an even dumber cover. I think I'm the guy. If you're going to put a cover on an album, put it at the end of the album. You don't put it at the front of the album like Mexican Radio on Into the Pandemonium. You don't stick it in the middle of an album that's shaky. I mean, you've got 2 covers on the record. You got this and you got the Prophecy song. It's not, and then you got another song with a guy that isn't Tim Baker singing. So the middle part of this record takes a hit, and Fire is the lead off of that mess. Heaven Help Us and Go It Alone. Heaven Help Us isn't Cirith Ungol. It just isn't. I don't know why it's on this record. It's dumb. Go It Alone. I mean, obviously, that is so far and away from what this band is. It completely fucks up the flow of this. And it took me hearing all the other albums this week to realize it. I mean, there's amazing songs on here. I mean, Join the Legion. I mean, it starts off right away. It's Cirith Ungol 101. Weird, heavy, super quirky. It makes me want to join that Legion. You know, like I'm in. I even like the Troll. I like it when this band gets a little weird. The last 3 songs are amazing. I don't know, man. It fell for me to number 6 this week because I was so excited about hearing all these other albums for the first time. I think if I had a little more time with everything, things might have evened out a little bit for Paradise Lost, but it's number 6 for me. The album that comes out after it, though, I had a much better connection with. And let's talk about that record, Forever Black, 2020. This is a long break.
Yeah, a little drive by. We've got this thing.
Oh, right on.
So not worth going into too much detail other than this was the first appearance. Again,
you're still buying vinyl, Zahler? I didn't know that.
No, I'm not. I got this because it's the only way you can get a physical copy of it. Then I got this, but then I got I bought from Bandcamp the digital copy, and then I burned myself a copy. I spend so much time writing and reading and sedentary that I really just want to listen to music. I have nice headphones and I listen to it.
You don't want to take time to flip a record. I get it.
Well, it's not even that. It's not the time to flip a record. It's I want to be moving because I do so much stuff that's sedentary. I want to be walking out to, go wherever, or the gym or get food or whatever I'm doing. So anyway, this was the way it was released. If they put out a CD single version of this, I would be happy to get it. It's not worth going into too much detail. It's one tune, but it is like, oh wow, they sound the same. And that was the question when I think the first I saw of any version of them getting back together was I was with Wagner at the heavy metal festival, the Keep It True festival This is the one where we saw Manila Road and Angel Witch and Hellstar and Q5. It was an incredible show. And somewhere there, I think I saw that they were advertising that, in the future, it was going to be someone presents a night of Cirith Ungol music. And I think it was going to be maybe Greg Lindstrom and Tim Baker. I don't know who was involved with that, but they hadn't reformed, but the idea was there. And then this came out, this didn't come out that long ago. This was like maybe right before the shutdown. When did this come out? Was this 2020? Was this 2019?
I can tell you, I got it up here.
It's a little bit. No, that one's a year or two before the shutdown, because Forever Black came out right as the shutdown hit.
2018.
Oh, I remember. Yep. What? 2019?
2018.
Oh, 18. Okay, so that's a little early. I thought it was 2019 or maybe 20. In any case, this is a good tune. It is. It's long. So it's definitely longer than their average tune, and it's epic in kind of its scope. There's a lot of great guitar, and this is something with like kind of the new Cirith Ungol that I'll point to sometimes, where I feel the singing, and we talked about it in the song Blood and Iron on One Foot in Hell, where the singing is a little bit more grooved and a little bit more regular in terms of the shapes that he's making. Yeah. It's not like he's got his banshee wail, he's got his own thing, and he's a unique vocalist and one of my favorites. I like Maximum Quark. Here it comes, there it goes. Or, like come on and ride. And all of that bananasness. How fall in, like all of that craziness. And so this song I think is good. It has a great mood. I'm totally on board. It's not quite as quirky as I would like, but it's a bit grander. So they're leaning a little bit more into that. Like in a way, despite the years of the decades or lifetimes of shitting on Paradise Lost, this shows that this is the band that made Paradise Lost. Like that's part of what's in there. Worth noting is it comes with a live version of Doom Planet, which has a really good vamp from Baker, where he's like, as it maybe the transition back to the second verse is like, "You're all gonna burn." And those are to me the reasons to listen to live albums, is I want something different. If it's just like a not as well recorded version of the studio thing, no thank you. But this band comes up with some cool stuff live. So and was very good live. So there's that. Now we get into Forever Black, the Return album, which yes, it did come down during the shutdown, because at that time I was my girlfriend lives way up in West in New York, and it was a 2-hour walk for me to get there from my place. So a good time to listen to that So Long Suckers Reverend Bizarre 2-hour 10-minute album, but also one of those walks through like weird, desolate, shut down Manhattan. That was when I first listened to Forever Black. So I do have that association, and I rank this album 4th in their catalog. I really enjoy it, and for the most part, it's really solid. The production, because I listened to it pretty close back to back with the new one. It's a little compressed. For whatever reason, it feels like it's a little towards the middle, like a little bit that some frequencies are fighting each other's as opposed to using the full stereo field. And I'm not sure why that is. It's pretty well produced. The Legions Arise is kind of this, like the Blood and Iron, the Frost and Fire, that momentum, we're going to just pull you right in. And there's some cool like Middle Eastern exotic modes at the beginning, and you can really tell. So at this point, the band is Lindstrom and Barraza. So it's both the founding guitarist who wrote like the entirety of the first album, and then still like Atom Smasher and Finger of Scorn and other songs. So like a foundation of the band, and then the guitarists who came in on the the derided Pinnacle work, Paradise Lost. So you're getting both sides. You're getting this top-notch shredder, and you're getting the original like kind of founding guitars, which is really cool. I mean, it's like with this band reforming, it's like how legit. When I first heard about it, like, well, how legit is it going to be? I'm like, as legit as could possibly be. Like this is as legit as it can get. You've got like the founding guy who like who was like their main songwriter returning. And then the other guitarist who, to me, was involved with the Pinnacle achievement. So very, very happy with that. And then Jarvis Leatherby. Again, hats off to you. You know, seeing this band in concert was a dream of mine for, you know, like about 25 years, and it happened because, you know, he pushed them back together, and that it sort of seems that that's accepted, that he's very responsible for that, and he plays bass with them. He's a very talented bassist,
good bass player,
yeah, and he's a good singer. So obviously he's certainly capable to be part of the Legion. He can give all of those sort of harmonies that we need to enrich the songs that have them. Legions Arise is a nice galloper with the Legions, with the Gang Hall chorus. Like, it's very much Blood and Iron, and I wish the stereo field was a little bit wider, because I think like the previous Paradise Lost and One Foot in Hell, different sounds, but I like both of those sounds a little bit more than this one. But a good tune. And then the next tune is Frostmourne Stream, which was one of my couple favorite songs from the whole reunion. Like, you talk about quirk, the like, it's like, and then so so you get that flow, that plodding march, and then Frostmourne Stream, you know, feel the scream, dun, 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 dun. And it's that same thing that I talk about. It's like one of the things that I find is their signature is the flowing part going into the zero flow, the flow going to the staccato. And in the staccato sections, they typically do some kind of shrieking with Tim Baker and then handing off to the Garvin accents. It's great. And I mean, those riffs, like that, that thing going into the chorus, that can sit anywhere in their catalog. That's a great song on King of the Dead. It's a great song on One Foot in Hell. Like, it is maximum quirk, and all of the it's really nice. And this has the detour, and it's in the thought of like that verse where it's really steady music and staccato singing, and then you get to the chorus where it's staccato music and held singing and flowing singing. So like, there's really just a lot of awareness, I think, with this band in terms of that. It's like, okay, the band is flowing, I'm going to sing these staccato phrases. Now the band is starting, I'm going to sing across these phrases. It's really nicely done. You know, really, really well done. And then, you know, when Garvin's accents, it's like he's throwing boulders again in that Vinny Appice style that I so relish. Fire Divine is enjoyable, and my only thing is like, this is one of the choruses where it's a little bit more regular, it's a little bit more tuneful, and when you start getting into melodies that are more definitive, you can kind of land, for me, with a little bit more like it's a success or it's not, or it's cloying or it's good. And I really like, and the blind will lead the blind. I really like that line, but the straight to the Fire Divine, the answer I don't like as much as the rising line. That's like the way that's grooved is not for me. Like, I enjoy this song, but it's the kind of thing when the choruses get a little bit more conventional, which I would say is the case for both of the new albums. The EP is a little bit different because it's old re-recorded stuff. When it gets a little bit more conventional in terms of the shape of the chorus, because it's not, here it comes, there it goes. It's not that berserker madness. Like, this chorus is a little bit more like a chorus another band could come up with, but with Baker's personality, and more harmony vocal, like the harmony vocals that come in with the blind will lead the blind after the solo are pretty cool. I enjoy it. Stormbringer, another where I kind of hear a little bit of Judas Priest, the Sentinel, and the chord progression, it kind of going throughout the song always feels like the end of Comfortably Numb for me. And someone who knows music better than I may, if the metal theologian is still around, he might know it. But there's like, whenever I hear this, I think of that whole end solo section for Comfortably Numb. And this one I think is okay. This is another one where it's like the chorus is a little bit more normal in its shape. The next song, Fractus Promissum, the Broken Promise song. This one I really like a lot. The intro riff has some, like, just the way they're picking across the notes and the strings, really, really nice. The wah-wah lead guitar is great. The cowbell ride stuff under the verse riff is really nice. And the bridge is really nice. The whole Promise Slipped Away thing, really enjoyable tune. Nightmare. Yeah, that's like this one has this. The momentum kind of gets better when it gets into alternating leads, and the gang hall verse is sort of interesting. The Before Tomorrow is another enjoyable one. That feels a little bit like I'm going to assume that Barazza had some hand in the writing of this one, because whenever this one happens, I'm immediately transported to the Paradise Lost world. And so again, of the choruses on this album that I feel are shaped a bit more normal, the today we live in anger, today we live in fear, someday before tomorrow, today the end is near. So that you can even hear when I say that, that's kind of a regularly shaped chorus.
Yeah.
It's regular, even with its rhymes. It's like AABA in terms of that. So altogether, the shape is more normal. Of those, this is the best one, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot. The end cut is pretty cool. With some of this stuff, when they get into the much slower material, the rhythms get a little less interesting and it gets a little less quirky. But when this swings into the up tempo, that whole end section where they ride out is particularly strong. So a very enjoyable album. I mean, I guess if there's a criticism for this, is it feels a little refined in some ways that I go up a little bit against the character of the band in terms of some of that the character. And so, like, my favorite song on the album is definitely Frostmourne Stream, and has always been that. And I feel that has all the tempo switches, and when it gets to that chorus and it just stops and goes to the drum fills and all that sort of stuff, like that's what I want. Like, that's the Cirith Ungol I like the best. And if the shapes are going to be a little bit more regular, their sound is so good. The lead guitars are so good. Tim Baker's such a good vocalist. I love the Garvin accents. I'm still completely on board. But that would be like, in terms of why this doesn't necessarily rank like the Paradise Lost, One Foot in Hell, King of the Dead. Those are 1, 2, 3 all day long. Like, that's very easy for me. And then these other three, there are different arguments for each of them. I think this is the most consistent, which is probably why I give this the number 4 spot. But there's some, there's the highlights on Frost and Fire, the first 2 songs, I like more than anything on here. So there are different arguments to be made. But a super commendable return. Like, this doesn't happen that often. Carcass did it successfully. St. Vitus did it successfully. These guys did it successfully, far less famously. Trespass recently did it very successfully. But for the most part, these bands that are away for decades don't come back and make an album that I'm
29 years. 29 years. Crazy.
Yep.
That's a lifetime. Well, not a lifetime, but it could be.
Yep.
All right, Alan, Forever Black, 2020.
All right. Yeah. So even though we saw more and more bands coming back throughout the 2010s, Cirith Ungol is one I thought really just would never come back. There was so much, bitterness, with Garvin towards how the band dissolved that we covered earlier. They had obviously been approached by people, festivals in particular really wanted them, to come, and perform at some of the big ones in Europe. But it seemed like nobody in the band was interested. Garvin was still very bitter about things. Tim wasn't really interested, as we've mentioned before. Tim felt always maybe like, his vocals held the band back a little bit, so he wasn't super into trying to get things going again. Flint showed no interest in picking up music again. He had walked away even before the Paradise Lost fiasco, so he, had even more distance from the whole music industry than the others. So yeah, it was real head turner when it finally did come together, and that the 12-inch that Craig showed earlier actually came out, and they started doing some of the festival shows and stuff. Again, just to touch on it quickly, this came out, Cirith Ungol's I'm Alive. It's a 3-disc set.
Wow.
It's got some concerts, some of these festival performances from 2017 and 2018. It's got a performance from Up the Hammers. Also,
did they break up the set? The set's the same for both shows, or did they move some songs around?
I don't remember, to be honest. I've only played it once or twice. I don't always play live stuff a ton, and it's been a couple of years since I've played this, so I don't remember how it all got broken up. Part of the disc, though, too, is there's 2 CDs, but then there's also this is 4-disc set. I said 3. Yeah, you've got 2 CDs, but then you also have DVDs. One of the DVDs has one performance. The other one has little documentary interviews, stuff with the band, and then has a different performance. And that one is not on either of the CDs, if I remember right. But so regardless, you can kind of get to hear the band on their comeback tour before they were really working on any new material. So yeah, it's a nice item for the completist. I just don't go back and play live stuff a ton most of the time. But then yes, we also got the word that they were going to move forward with recording new material. Once again, slap my cheeks and call me Rosie. Did not think that was going to happen. Don't know how Jarvis talked them all into it, but he did. And for the record, Flint was approached when all this was going on. Everybody has said that they reached out to Flint, just like, hey, actually we're starting to get the other stars aligned here with Jim and Tim and Rob on board. Come rejoin the Legion. And Flint never really budged as far from what I have heard. He was just like, I have fun. Not into it. And so, Jarvis wasn't just talking them into doing it, but yeah, he had to become part of it to make it, to fill out the lineup. But of course, also, yes, Greg was even back on board. So like you said, Craig, it was about as legit as it could have been. The only way it could have been more legit was if they had gotten Flint back into the mix.
Flint's still around? I did not know that. For some reason, I thought he passed away.
Let me double check just to make sure I'm not completely.
I thought he passed away.
Vogel passed away. Of course, we covered that. Let me make sure. I don't believe he. Let's take a look and see what I can find.
There's a reason when this was discussed, I didn't think that Flint was even possible for him. But I know that they
yeah.
He's still around.
He's alive and kicking on the Metal Archives.
Okay.
Which is not the be end all and end all of.
No, but that would definitely have it for a band like this. They
would probably have an they would have an RIP, I think, for him.
Yeah.
So no, as far as
I didn't think he was an idea. I didn't think it was a possibility for him because I didn't. It was so Fogel is the one who passed away, but
yes.
For some reason I was with them.
Hey Jurgen, what's going on, man?
Yep. So yes, they get most of the the old guard back together, make this album, comes out, and as Craig said, most of the time when these reunion projects come back, you can't over expect. They're much older, your decades are moved. They're not going to recapture the magic of what they had, as angry teenagers. I am real gun shy about these kind of things. And you can say that's unfair, that, I loved these bands 30 years ago. Why don't I give them more of a chance now? It's because now most of the time they come back and the stuff they make is not very interesting, and it's just not. And that's my take on it. In some cases, it's downright embarrassing. They're free to do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's their band, their choices. They can come back and take another crack at it if they want. 9 times out of 10, and it's more like 9 point something times out of 10, what they do adds very little meaningful work to their legacy, from my perspective. So I'm hearing this is coming out. I'm literally sitting there like a month ahead of time, just like, please don't suck. Oh, please don't suck. Not this one. The others can suck, but just don't let this one suck. And it didn't. This worked out quite well overall. I was really happy with it. My take, let's see. First off, where am I ranking it? I'm having to rank it 5th simply because there's 4 really good albums in front of it. I might could bump it up to 4th, but putting Frost and Fire 5th seems very wrong to me because I love that album so much. I get why some people would have it a little lower and maybe this one higher, but there's just too many good things in front of it. So it's going to have to be 5th. But again, this is still like a B plus, 8.75 out of 10 kind of effort. Yeah, it's still a great album. We'll do the track list quickly. You have a short intro track with The Call, which is something they hadn't done on an album before. So, okay. Legions Arise. Fine track. It's good. It's not okay. This very much sounds like what I'd want Cirith Ungol to do. It doesn't blow me away, but it's like it doesn't do anything to rattle my nerves either. The first time I'm hearing him, just like, okay, yep, that's Cirith Ungol. Everything's coming together here. Okay, but yes, then you get to Frostmourne Stream, and the quirks are back, the heaviness are back. And just when Tim just bellows out the title of it, it's not just that he's like Frostmourne Stream. It's literally like Frostmourne Stream. The whole thing just lands on you like an elephant dropped out of a aircraft carrier or something. Everything just slows down, and every word, yes, it's just like here's a lead brick, and here we just drop it until it hits terminal velocity, and I love it to death. That one, just we haven't mentioned it. Elric comes up a lot. Michael Moorcock's Fantasy comes up a lot. Ungol also did had a lot of love for the Fathered and the Grey Mouser fantasy series, which is one of the maybe one series that doesn't get as much love. I'm drawing a blank on the author right now. Craig, do you remember?
Fritz Leiber.
Leiber, yes, Fritz Leiber. Thank you.
Fritz Leiber.
Frostmourne Stream is one of the stories from one of their cycles, so it's not an Elric tale in this case. But yes, glorious song. This is a song that, yes, as soon as that chorus hit, and I heard it, I'm just like, this is not going to suck. This is going to be awesome, and I'm in for it. After that, Fire Divine, I like it. They kind of crank it up a little bit. It is a little bit more of a rocking out tune. But after this, huge, chunk of lead, that was just, caved our skulls in, I like it. They're kind of revving it back up, amping it up. I like both lines in the chorus, not just the first one. So yeah, like this one gets the blood pumping, gets the head banging a little bit. Again, Cirith Ungol, it's slow sometimes, it's aggressive sometimes. They always keep it mixed up. Stormbringer, kind of the same take. Now here is a song that's maybe. This is a very slower song. This is the Doom song on the album. It's not a bad one, but it's not a standout one either. It feels maybe just a tad too slow. Maybe it needed just a little kick in the ass. Not a hard kick. We're not trying to like knock it to the ground or anything. Just like a, hey, you can go on a little bit more. You give them the tap. Tap them with your moving just a tad. Fractus Promising, great track, because once again here, now they start ramping it up again. This is one where you reach over and you find the volume dial, and you start cranking it a bit.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yes, great track there. Nightmare's not bad. It's not one that stands out. It's another one where sometimes they're like, how does that one go again?
Right.
Oh, yeah, that one. But Before Tomorrow, I like this one. This is one that's got that again. While it's a slower song, it's got that anger just seething in Tim's voice. Some folks have mentioned it in the chat, and yes, the fact that Tim could come back after 29 years,
it's amazing. He sounds
and still sound like
amazing.
It's
like John Arch, the John Arch thing.
Which demon do you have a contract with, and do you mind if I take a look at what the fine print and the writers are in that? Because man, you got a good deal here apparently.
and he sounds like that live. Like they do a meaty show with a lot of stuff. And he can completely bring it. So I don't know how that happens. Some of these people like a Brian Johnson or Axl Rose or whomever, these like famous shriekers, they're just wired a certain way and they can do it. Like
Brian Johnson and Axl Rose, the years have not. They've been singing outside of their range. They're fried. They just are.
Axl has lost some notes, but Brian Johnson's still pretty respectable.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, I heard that like their 2020 album was good, and it's pretty unbelievable what that 7-year-old dude is doing. Like that.
Paul Stanley
and
too.
With
Paul
relentless
Stanley too.
touring
He's
forever.
wrecked. Yeah.
Paul Stanley is wrecked. Brian Johnson has fared better than at least in recordings. We digress, but yes, it is like, and that was the thing. As soon as the album start, when you hear Tim Baker, like, oh wow, he's the same. Like he can still do all that stuff. That's pretty unbelievable. I mean, like I always wondered if he could just do it live at all. Period. I didn't have a live stuff from them back in the day, other than 1 or 2 bonus tracks here or there. I'm like, there's no way this guy can just consistently do this. Obviously,
2 hours.
Yeah, obviously he can, but yes, he sorry to steal.
Oh no, that's all.
I just had to comment on like, yeah, he delivers it live, and somehow his throat has survived, and it sounds really similar. I mean, you can hear. And Halford's my favorite metal singer ever.
Holy shit! I didn't realize 67. Wow, yeah, it makes sense. Wow.
Yeah, but Halford's my favorite metal singer ever. But you can even hear like on that new song, which is a good tune, that whatever it is, the Panic Attack. But you can hear that his high notes are very pinched.
Yeah,
it's a good song, but you can hear his high notes are pinched. He has a full great voice. He's a great singer, but there's a little bit of there's been some creeping strain kind of for the last maybe 10 years for him. But again, like Baker also had like 30 years of not performing, so there's a whole lot of rest there. Not
as many miles on those pipes. Yep.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of rest there. It's the reason, hey, why Graham Bonnet sounds so great live, because he's just like, he'll record an album with Schenker, you're thrown out of the band. He records an album with Blackmore, thrown out of the band. Does one with Yngwie, I'm throwing you out of the band. Like he just doesn't last. That's why some of the reason why he can still sound really good is because he just, he didn't put in the miles. And in Tim Baker's case, who knows? Like 30 years of singing like that, I don't know what.
That might be a different story. Yeah.
That might have been a different story.
Could be. Yep.
So, anyways.
But so yeah, I liked Before Tomorrow. Again, it's got that anger to it. Once again, it has that protest anthem vibe when you start thinking about it. It's just like, yeah, this is one of they're angry and pissed off, and they're going to let you know it. Close it with Forever Black. Good tune. Not one of my standouts on the album, but certainly not a bad track either. Everything just kind of worked here. I like the visual aesthetics they went for. It's a little different image of Elric. It can kind of look like maybe this like the elder statesman Elric, but he's by himself. I like the color scheme. I like the fact that they've got the skeleton Omega symbol there, on the cover, but kind of out of the way. It's still where you can see it, but it's not taking up too much real estate. It's a great package. It's another great piece of art. The poster that came with the LP is the big poster in the big frame back there, which you may or may not be able to see very well because my camera is not the best. So yeah, I'm really happy with this album. And I think one of the big things that, besides just the performances, and the songwriting, the fact that, there's this very good back and forth in the track list. You've got the Frost Monstreams and the Stormbringers, but you've also got, the Fire Divine and, Fractus Promise. And there's energy, there's doom, it's all here, just like it was on the other albums. It's all back here. Are there, there are songs on here that are great. Is there anything that's going to stand up and challenge, those 5 tracks off of Paradise Lost? No, but let's be a little realistic. Are there songs from here I would put on like, my own personal mixtape of, Cirith Ungol classics? Yeah, I might throw Frost Monstream or something on there. The album is very good. It delivered beyond my wildest dreams and hopes. I love it. I feel bad ranking it 5th. The only one I could possibly move it ahead of is Frost and Fire, but I just have too much history with Frost and Fire to rank it 5th. I just can't bring myself to do it. So we'll call this one 5th, and we're still going to give it a grade of like B+, A-. Great comeback album. They did it. They defied the odds. Marty, what do you think of this one?
I gotta say, the cover to me, I tend to not love, a principal character plunked right in the middle of a piece of artwork, but You got Elric emerging from the wastelands. Who knows how long he's been traveling? He looks weathered, but still completely fit for battle. And that, I think, really sums up this record quite nicely. And, people, this is my number one. I have no nostalgia connected to any of these records. I have not been pining over any of these records for decades. So a lot of this first impression stuff, I liked every single record I've listened to this week. There has not been one, I ranked Paradise Lost last. As we stated earlier, something's got to go last. And when you got such a strong caliber of albums and music, something's got to end up last. But I've got no connection to any of these songs. So I'm hearing all this stuff first. All this has been first impression all week. I was really surprised for a 30-year gap. We've already established Baker's vocals. It's like the John Arch syndrome. The guy goes away. He goes into the furniture business. He emerges on a 2-song solo album sounding like it's the follow-up to Awaken the Guardian. It's the same thing here. Baker sounds amazing. They modernized they're taking full advantage of 30 years of technological advances in the studio. It's modernized. It's not overblown digital. It still sounds very powerful. It highlights the power of this band, the energy of this band. There's a fullness to the instruments. I really think they got the production pretty right here. Tim might be a little lower in the mix than he's accustomed to, but it still works for me. The drums have good body, good full guitar and bass tone. I think it's a perfectly paced album with well-considered songs that perfectly showcase all the unique elements that are exclusive to this band. It sounds like a Cirith Ungol record. It sounds like a modern Cirith Ungol record. It sounds like they haven't lost a step. There's nothing on this record that I'm like, I don't know. I listen to it. When it ends, I want to listen to it again. I didn't have the time to invest in it this week, but this is one I'm going to circle back on all these eventually, but this one really stood out for me. And favorites, Before Tomorrow was a favorite. Legions Arise, The Frostmon Stream, The Fire Divine, Fractus Permissum. God, I mean, I really have nothing bad to say about this record. It's really cool to me that I was kind of looking at my ranking here. The comeback albums are ranking for me just as high as the classics. And that's, whether these guys have been playing or not over the years, they still know what they are. And they come back, after an album they hated, Paradise Lost, and they put out 2 records that are, in my opinion, really, really good. And that's amazing. These guys are in their late 60s. Holy shit. Wow. It's impressive. Old guys making metal. I mean, they know what they're doing. You can hit pause. It's like, you hit pause on your career, hit it again when you come back, and things are all still there and they're all vibing. There's something that makes Cirith Ungol in the fingers and in the drum beats and the vocals. Number one for me. A comeback record, number one. Again, I have no nostalgia connection with any of this stuff. So my rating is probably like, people are like, what the hell? That makes no sense. But it's a really good record. And that leads us to their, what's that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's a consistency there. Like it makes sense. I like it, were it quirkier in spots, it would rank higher. But it's
sure.
Alan and I said the same thing. Like they're all good.
Yeah.
Like we like all of these albums, and there are different reasons why we rank them higher. But I don't like you ranking that at that. Like that's cool that you rank that at the top. I wouldn't argue against it. And there's a certain richness and consistency. Like obviously, like Frost and Fire and King of the Dead, we talked about like, oh, there's this classical piece and this 6-minute guitar piece. This doesn't have that stuff. It's aggressive metal tune after it's like committed metal after committed metal with like a pretty nice modern production.
Yep, it's a classic band that got it right. They came out of retirement and they got it right, and with a good production, which some of these albums have hit or miss for me with production. I mean, I really liked the first album's production quite a bit. Like I said, it had a bright Christmas to it. There's some that are muddy. There's some that are too reverbed. I mean, they all sound good, but there's little things. Anyway, let's talk about the 2023 album that's dropped here very recently called Dark Parade. What?
Craig has something he wants to touch on first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up to this. So they released an EP before the new album, and this is called Half Past Human. And I don't know, Alan, if you had a similar experience. I did not know these were re-recordings, or let's say the first proper studio recordings of old songs. And the truth is, I had heard some of them because there's a Perry Grayson, Greg Lindstrom project band named Falcon, and I have those albums. So they didn't really I thought that they were fine, they're good enough to keep, but it's not they're not things I regularly spun. So I had actually heard some of these songs, like whatever it was 15 years ago, or whenever the Falcon album came out. I don't know when it came out, but so this came out, and I was oblivious of the fact that these were old songs, and I heard this and I thought, this is awesome. And my ranking for this, we discussed like whether we were going to include this and make it 6 albums or 7. So let's say we're not changing. We're doing 6 albums, but I rank this 2.5. To me, it's Paradise Lost, One Foot in Hell, and then this. And some is like to me, the highlights of like, this is all of what I like when I listed the things of like the hints at the mix of barbarism with classical stuff, the mix of flow with staccato, stop, start, anti-flow, the quirk, all of that stuff is in every one of these songs. And like, the chorus for Route 66, it's like, when you travel the road, dun, 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 dun. It's all of that stop, start stuff that I enjoy. Shelob's Lair is really cool too. I don't want to spend too long on this. Brutish Man-Child. If I'm to pick my favorite song of the entire reunited Cirith Ungol, it is Brutish Man-Child. Brutish Man-Child. It is an 11 out of 10 in terms of the Cirith Ungol quirk. It is that the complete flow to complete staccato, weird accents. When is Tim Baker going to sing? Where are these drum accents? Now we've got like a gang hall doing the brutish. Probably my that one. Let's say that Frost Moth Dream. Both of those songs are kind of tied for my second favorite of the reunion era. But so that was like when this came out, I wasn't aware that these were old songs because I'd forgotten hearing the things on Falcon, and I didn't have that Orange album yet. And I said, to me, the 4 best songs on the previous album, the 4 best songs on Forever Black. I think these 4 songs are better than those 4 songs, and it's just it's everything I mentioned, all the ingredients that I find the sacred, like the special stuff that makes it more. I mean, obviously, like half of it is just Tim Baker singing. If that guy was singing a Pepsi commercial, it would be like a Cirith Ungol song, like drink your Pepsi, ow! Like it would just.
As long as Cindy Crawford is featured in the Pepsi commercial, it's good.
Cindy Crawford lip syncing Tim Baker.
So this is a complete winner in the catalog. I rank it, Paradise Lost, One Foot in Hell, and then this. So it's an EP, and I don't have that. Like personally, it's 4 songs. So to me, this is 100%. They're all winners, and it's just all the personality and quirk I want from this band. So this is highly recommended. I don't know, Marty. I don't know if you listened to this thing.
I did not even listen to it. No.
Okay, Alan, you want to say something about it or no?
Yeah, sure. I've got it. But yeah, we talked about it. We didn't include it in the rankings just because sometimes it can be awkward comparing EPs to albums because this has 4 great songs on it. it has a lot fewer chances to screw up than a full album. But yeah, kind of the same thing. I knew some of these were older songs because I remembered Shelob's Lair from the Falcon project you mentioned. Yeah, Lindstrom put out the first Falcon record with Perry Grayson and Company in 2004, so it's been 20 years. And fun trivia fact, Falcon's the only other band that ever got something released on Liquid Flames Records, which was the band's, label that they originally put out Frost and Fire on when they did it themselves. But yeah, the Falcon one also includes, it includes Route 666 and Half Past Human as well, which I didn't remember at first because, like you, I haven't really gone back and revisited the Falcon stuff. It's kind of fun, but I don't dust it off much at all. I do like the Falcon version of Shelob's Lair a little better, simply because it's a little looser, and there's a point when they're going through it. It's obviously talking about Sam fighting Shelob, rescuing Frodo, and all that stuff. And there's a point in the song where they kind of like get to the end of the course or something, and it's Perry who does vocals for that, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think for most of it.
Yeah, at least for most of it, Perry.
Maybe all of it.
And there's like a point where they get to like the end of the course, and before they kind of like go into the next solo or whatever, you hear him. He just kind of lets out this random yell. He says, "Slay that bitch," talking about the spider, of course.
Right.
To the point, and it's just one of those cool little things with they obviously don't do that here. It wouldn't quite fit with Tim doing it, but yeah, I can. And then the fourth song, let's see. Well, Route 666 was also on the Orange album, so that wasn't an old one that had a demo before. As far as I know, Brutish Manchild first showed up around this time. It was the Flexi 7-inch included in the Decibel issue that Cirith Ungol were featured in. And it's a different recording. It's not the same recording as what's on the EP, if I remember correctly. Because I think the Flexi recording is actually a little better than the version on here.
I'm oblivious. Just a question. I'm oblivious of this other Brutish Manchild recording. Is it the reformed lineup did a recording of that, and then they did a second recording of it here, or no? What are you saying?
I would have to double check. That's a fair question. I don't know offhand, and as a Flexi, I don't think there's any footnotes on it over here. I can quickly look up. The only reason I have it, I have an MP3 of it. I don't have the actual. I didn't get the issue or have the single, although I think it's still available through Bandcamp. I've been meaning to order it and just haven't. But oh no, let's see. This is listed over here on the archives. Let's see if it says anything under additional notes. No, it doesn't have any really recording for. Well, what does it say for lineup? None given. Useful. I do just remember it sounding different than what ended up on here, but I haven't sat and played the two side by side to suss it all out. But regardless, yeah, even though these are 4 old songs, they're fun songs, redone well here, and I can absolutely see somebody hearing this and just thinking, "Oh, this is just an EP to kind of. This is probably a quarantine recording,
warm up for the next album." Yeah,
building up to the next album. I can absolutely see that being the case. I thought that about Brutish Manchild when the single came out. Again, I didn't get it, but a friend sent me an MP3 recording from the single. And I was like, I don't recognize this song title. It kind of feels like an old one, but I wonder if this is actually a new song for the new album. I wasn't sure. Could have gone either way. So yeah, the fact that they could take these older songs, play them with the new lineup, and make them sound like something that just fits perfectly in the Cirith Ungol canon, I think it really does speak to the not just the quality of the songwriting over time, but really how timeless their music is. That whether they wrote these songs in 1978 for an Orange demo, or whether they're playing them in 2020, 2021, on a probably one of the most storied metal labels ever with a big recording budget, it still sounds fine. It still sounds just like Cirith Ungol should. So yeah, it's a nice EP.
Killer cover.
I wish it had a 5th song. would be happy if some of it had come out on the next album. In terms of trying to like figure out where to squeeze it in between, I think I put it at 3.5, so somewhere in that like Frost and Fire, below Paradise Lost, maybe a step ahead of Frost and Fire. So yeah, fun release.
That British Man-Child is really awesome.
It might be the best song that they have technically released. Yes, in the Reformation era, I could see that.
That's the one for me. It's just it's what this band does, and all and like everything is in there. So we get to the final album. And I'm hearing Fallen Idol as I say that in the background. So Dark Parade, I rate 5, and it's interesting in some ways. So this is 5, and I had Frost and Fire 6. Both of these seem like both of these albums. I kind of wonder a little bit about the production process, and obviously we spoke at length about it with Paradise Lost, because there are a couple of moves here from the production standpoint that I found a bit odd, and I don't know exactly what happened. Overall, it's a good album, really, really consistent. My criticisms for it are kind of the same as they were for the last one, which is there are a few too many choruses where I feel the shape of it was kind of a regular chorus. So like once the shape is more normal and it's less syncopated and it has less of the crazy rhythms going underneath it, then it starts needing to have, like, I think more like maybe just a more compelling melodic component, which has never been what they're going for in their choruses. And so it begins with Velocity, which is sort of like, Join the Legion has that missing beat and is really, really cool. And a ton of momentum on this song. Certainly the most rocking thing that's happening on this album. The theme that's overlaid is really, really good. And I feel Velocity to me feels very much a cousin of the Witch's Game song. It's got a lot of momentum. It's not quite as epic as that. And it has a really nice lead line over it. This is one where where I feel that the vocal refrain just feels like more verse. There isn't really like a differentiation of like, this is the hook. And most of my favorite songs by them have hooks, but the hooks of the guitar licks and this missing beat, and I think this is 7/8, but maybe this is 15/16 or alternating 8/8 and 7/8. I forgot, but there's a drop beat in there that kind of gives it that pull that Join the Legion has. And it's good. Everything is good there. The drums on this one don't sound to me quite as big. The snare sounds like it was maybe triggered too much, or I'm not sure what it is, but the kind of cannons that I like those drums to sound like, particularly the snare, isn't quite as rich as it had been in the past. And but Velocity is one of the better songs on the album. It pulls you in. It's like a Witch's Game. And what's the opener on this one? Like Legions Arise. Like you're just in. There's just like they pull you in. This is a band that's typically starting with a song that pulls you right in. Oftentimes one of the best tracks. And so the next track is Relentless, which this is, I would say, kind of the side of what I'm saying, like, oh, it's shaped a little too regular for my ear. That chorus would be probably the best example of that shape. It's just like what does he say? The relentless, the end is near, a lesson we'll never learn. Relentless, you join them there, misery. Like it's a little like kind of regular sing-songy. So if the crazy personality goes away and the rhythms become more regular, then I want something else to come in like and enhance it, like a cool harmony or a crazy melody. So that would be like the Relentless chorus is kind of what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys felt that way, but like this just feels a little regular. And there's some cool stuff in there. You get a lot of those Vinny Appice style fills where he took the bow and then downbeat, and there's that gap that I always think of as a Vinny move. I remember once auditioning for a band, and at the end of the audition, they looked at me and they're like, "Man, you really like Vinny Appice." I said, "I guess I do." Good on you I like later in my career, like playing drums, I wasn't ripping him off as badly as I was just like if I'm doing Phil's first song, they're just going to be Vinny Appice Phil.
Compliments accepted, even though they might not have been compliments regardless. Yeah.
So anyway, so that's a little bit regular. Then Sailor on the Seas of Fate is the best song on the album. And
God, so good.
I think Marty will agree with that. And that's one where the chorus is also more regular, but the singing is really good. Mm-hmm. And it is like, I mean, it's not like the singing is bad or less. It just feels like I feel like it's kind of like, okay, we're gonna get to hear it. We're gonna get to hear the Relentless. We're gonna hear the answer. We'll hear Relentless. We'll hear an answer that rhymes. The chorus for this tune is really good. The on and on completely works. So fellow heavy metallurgist, this seems like a question I'll put to you and see who gets it. So that second riff, the riff that's in the verse, is a classical music acknowledgement. I cannot think this is coincidence, and it's something you are both familiar with because there's
which song?
The second riff in Sailor on the Seas, he's like bum 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 bum.
Yeah, Edvard Grieg.
Edvard Grieg, Hall of the Mountain King.
Hall of the Mountain King.
We know another metal band that went to those same halls.
Yeah,
and to terrific success. Certainly that
madness reigns in those halls.
Yes. So, you don't want me on the Sabotage show. It was pretty nutty. Run away! So this song is really, really good and has that doom component, has the classical allusions that have been with this band from the very beginning, with this one a little bit more literal, because I can't imagine, I mean, I'm going to imagine this was Lindstrom, but maybe it was Barraza. Is like, let's do a kind of this verse riff that's sort of our variation on Hall of the Mountain King, because that's what it is. And it's really good. This feels really epic. And
8 minutes and 10 seconds it should be. It's an epic song.
And then it goes into the switch for, like, it gets into one of those kind of rev up new wave of British heavy metal licks, and it's kind of the chaos rising. I think it's a 6/8. I'm trying, like, I still have like Fallen Idols stuck in my head, so I'm trying to remember these melodies. It's really good. That's my favorite song on the album, without question. Sacrifice. Now, Alan alluded to some of their, like, the lyrics in Rebellion, and they're singing what they're angry about. Sacrifice is sort of the point on this album. I'm like, wow, they're really telling us mankind stinks. We got mankind is really sort of sucking and getting lectured on this album. So that one has this. I don't the chorus is some pretty crazy Baker. Like that he's going a little bit more for it. The Looking Glass is a pretty cool sort of tune. And then, like, obviously this is a new album, and I think I've listened to it 4 times. And because these albums are so treasured by me, I'm like, I'm not going to listen to this 10 times for the review purposes. I want to keep discovering things over time. So it's possible to skip past Dark Parade. But as I said, like, this album, past Forever Black. This album, Forever Black, and Frost and Fire are basically, like, I put them in an order, and that order can change. 1, 2, 3 is locked, and Half Past Human is actually locked in at 2.5. Dark Parade is pretty cool. Now, this is where, when I mentioned, like, I'm not exactly sure what was going on. I know, like, there's some allusion in the notes to this being sort of a lockdown album. So this album has some really kind of, like, victorious stuff with the tom accents. The leap into 3/4 is really cool. There's a lot of good stuff. And then the song ends, but no. And it goes into this dun 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 dun, and it goes into that sort of section, this 3/4 thing where he's singing about the Dark Parade. And, like, so we had the fake So we had the dead stop, and then it gets into this section where it gets very tribal and is really cool. And then dead stop again. 2 total dead stops in this song. Every time I'm like, what track is this? I'm like pulling up my CD player and looking. Another dead stop. And then it after this, there is this pretty cool this oscillating riff. Solos coming, fast fade out. So it's a really good tune that has a dead stop and resets with this 3/4 tribal thing about the Dark Parade, which is really good. A dead stop again, new riff, introduced riff on its own, then it starts going, and as soon as it starts getting momentum with the solos coming in, fast fade out. So I don't know if like this song seems as like to me a different arrangement of this song. This would have been the definite other best song on the album, and maybe better than Sailor on the Seas of Fate, which as is definitely my favorite. I feel that this is a lot of good parts. I just don't understand the 2 dead stops and the second dead stop also having open guitar stuff. And then once it gets going, it's a fast fade out. I don't know. Did this stick out to either of you as like sort of strange?
Oh yeah, very. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, so that's that. And then we get to the last 2 songs, but let's say there's really kind of a last song that they've split over 2 tracks, and all that this is big patient stuff. The verses are good. I would say sort of like the opener. The chorus seems like more of the verse as opposed to a distinctly different vocal idea. The melodies are really nice for this. And then the very end of this, they do a kind of, let's say, a crossfade. And I still said, I think I've heard this album 4 times, maybe 5. And every time I bump on the tempo that clean guitar arpeggio comes in at is a slowdown where the band hasn't quite slowed down to that tempo. So every time I kind of have like this weird like stumble as a listener. And I think that the last song is good. And that whole I see the whatever he's saying, and where it's like this female choir, and then he's belting it into hell, and a lot of really good shredding, like David Schenkel style, at the end of this thing, and it's an enjoyable tune. I mean, both the last 2 cuts it's pretty landed as a Doom album. Like, this is like, other than King of the Dead, and maybe even more than King of the Dead, this is their Doom album. Like, there's a lot of slow stuff on this, and I enjoy those songs. But that like transition, and maybe it's just me, maybe it's just my ear. I just feel when that clean guitar comes in, it's already at a slower tempo, and they haven't quite gotten there, and then there's a slowdown with the band, so that feels a little fudged. And then that's coming after the whole Dark Parade double ending, like super quick fade out. So I'm not like, it's a good album. I enjoy pretty much every cut. I mean, I think probably Sacrifice and Looking Glass are kind of the 2 that I'm least into, but I enjoy the whole thing. This is the band, as I said before. Even Go It Alone, I enjoy every song by this band. Go It Alone is certainly hanging at the ledge by one pinky, and it's not good in any way. I just like the sound of the band so much that they can sell it to me. But like the transition from the second to last song to the last, and the all of the weirdness with the title cut leaves me. It's like, oh, I don't know, like, were they not quite ready? Was there something rushed? It feels like a little bit. There seems like a little bit of a disconnect, considering how polished it is, and like the space of this. Like I felt that Forever Black was a little bit, in terms of the stereo space, a little bit locked in the center. This feels much wider. Like, if you listen to this album and put Forever Black on after, that thing sounds pretty narrow by comparison. But a good album. I mean, it's these guys are 6 for 6, or 6.5 for 6.5, or 666 for 666. However you want to put it, it's an impeccable catalog. Like, this band makes good music. Their worst stuff I like, and they have a lot of amazing transcendental stuff.
Right on. Dark Parade. Alan.
All right. So yeah, Kellen and I gave this a pretty thorough review over on his channel. So if you want to hear me go on with
Bitch
Kellen
and moan.
about an hour, you'll go over to his channel, which is Killing for Company. Yeah, we did a pretty good breakdown on this one. Let's see. I've got this one ranked 6th. A big part of that is just the fact that been out 6 weeks, and it's up against albums in some cases I've been listening to for around 30 years. It hasn't had time to climb any higher than 6.
Sure.
So yeah, that's the first thing. I have played the album a lot. I've probably played it close to 20 times, I would guess.
Oh, wow.
I got the promo of it for review purposes. I pre-ordered it. My pre-order only arrived about a week and a half ago. Yeah, that took a while. But
I hate when people do that.
Well, it's different levels of tolerance. I mean, if it's a small label and it gets to me 3 weeks later, that's no problem. This was a Metal Blade pre-order.
Yeah, they should have a staff. I have no staff. It's just a fat guy in a garage.
Dark Parade was released on October 20th. I got my copy, my pre-order copy, from Metal Blade through their Bandcamp. I got it on December 5th. So you're looking at 6, almost 7 weeks after the release date. By the time I got the physical copy, I don't really need to. I haven't even played the physical copy because I already know the album so well. It's like, I guess the next time I feel like playing it, I'll put that on, but I don't need to be honest. I've already got, I know what I need to know about the album for the time being. What I know about this album, first off, really, really good performances on this album. The guitars in particular, Greg and Jim sound amazing throughout. And they get to do a few different little things. They get to do some subtle flexes in different ways they haven't in the past, which is, kind of one of the, neat highlights for me. Tim still sounds great. Everything still sounds great. Nobody's dropped the ball or, lost their knack for it whatsoever. Yeah, that said, I do have some issues with the album. I like the songs individually. I'm not nuts about the running order of the album, because you start off, as Craig said, you've got Velocity as the lead track, and I still don't know what the SEP stands for. It's in the title. So the best that Kellen and I could come up with was that it might stand for Sexy Elric Pose, because that cover art's a thing that's happening. A lot of folks have referred to it as like the stripper pole Elric. We were talking about Rat earlier, so maybe they're playing Round and Round in the background. I'm not sure. But yeah, so it's not my favorite depiction of Elric. The sword obscures your view of the central figure, which is really the only thing in the picture to look at. So it's a weird choice for cover art. But yes, then you start with Velocity, which is a barn burner of a track, right out of the gate. Bang, this is like, Blood and Iron level, just, slam you right away, full octane. Love it. Great. Killer, amazing, all the good adjectives. The rest of this album is slow to medium paced. There might be a solo here and a solo there where they pick it up a tad, but you then have, let's see, there's 8 tracks total. So you have Velocity, and then you have 7 slower songs. If 5 years from now we want to look back and someone's making a case for Cirith Ungol being a doom band, this is going to be the album they point at, because this is the album that has the most pacing, and just, again, it does have, as Craig said, there's a lot of the Mankind kind of sucks vibe. There is a pretty strong downer vibe to a lot of this. This is going to be the doom album from now on, not King of the Dead anymore. It's going to be this one. And they're not bad songs. It's just that when you have, as I've said several times tonight, one of the things I like about all these other Cirith Ungol albums is they mix it up. They can do a couple of really, crushing doomy songs, but then they'll come right back at you at 100 miles per hour, or with Blood and Iron, or War Eternal, or Frost, Fire Divine, or Promise, Fractus Promisum. This album, they don't do that. You get one fast song to open the album, and the rest of the time it's just like paces right along, and that bugs me. It may be a little thing, I may be nitpicking, but again, this is one of my favorite bands, and I want to be a nitpicky bitch and point it out. I don't like having this many slowish songs in a row from this band, because this isn't a doom metal band. I'm not here to hear, this one is 44 minutes. Let's see, Velocity is 4 minutes. So that means you get 40 straight minutes of this band not cranking it up. That bugs me. Individually, again, the songs are fine. There's no song on here I really dislike. Relentless, pretty good. Sailor in the Seas of Fate, it's a good song. It's an epic song. A little longer, but they use the space pretty well with the song. I feel like it should have been a lot later in the track list. Like you were saying earlier, Marty, you don't like it when bands have the cover song early in the album.
Yeah.
I don't like it when bands have their big, 8, 10, 11-minute epic up at the start of the album. I feel like that's something you want to kind of build up to. Maybe you don't have to have it as the closer, but maybe you do. You want it towards the end, so you've built to that.
I agree with you, and this album would have been benefited by that song being the closer.
I think it would have. I do.
I agree with you on both counts. I want the meteor songs later, and yeah, it's strange. It's strange when your lead off cut is sign of the cross.
Exactly.
Maiden with X Factor.
That'd be a great comparison.
Sign of the cross. Strange.
Yeah. So, and I've been, joking with Marty about it behind the scenes lately. I really do want to take this album, put it on an iPod, playlist, and I want to rearrange the tracks in a different order and see what I can do with it, with rearranging it a little bit. Sacrifice, is one you now here again, the guitarists get, to show off a little bit. It's got a little bit of that kind of flamenco guitar touch to it, which is kind of neat. I like that they did that. Let's see. Looking Glass has the bluesy solo in the middle. Kellen and I had a lot of fun with this one in our breakdown of it. But yeah, in the middle, all of a sudden, you got this real bluesy guitar solo, which it's done really well. Don't remember anything remotely like it on a Cirith Ungol song anywhere before. But I like it, and it's kind of cool that the guitarists get to show off. What they're doing here is they're in their own pocket, but they're moving around just a little bit without, this time they're not reaching for the, Go It Alone or the, Heaven Help Us. The song is still feels structured like a Cirith Ungol song, but they are finding other little, again, things to put in it to make them sound distinct. This is something I feel some of these legacy bands are not good at. That some of these bands that have been around a long time, or they've done their comeback and they're on their 5th comeback album, and the albums just start feeling very interchangeable. It's like, it may be a good album, but it sounds exactly like the last 4 you've done. Why do I really need to hear? I want to hear this one, but what's ever going to make me come back to this one,
right,
relative to any of the other 4 you've just done? I've made that kind of comment about a lot of albums I've reviewed on Heavy Metallurgy this year. It just one off the top of my head. Jagdpanzer's album this year. It is a perfectly fine Jagdpanzer album. But I can hold up half a dozen perfectly fine Jagdpanzer albums recorded in the 21st century. What makes this one better than those? What makes it different than those? Not much. The fact that, Ungol is, doing a few little things different here and there, that you have, a few different types of guitar parts and such worked into these otherwise very solid Cirith Ungol songs. I like that. They're showing that they will do some things a little bit different, so the album doesn't just feel like Forever Black Part 2.
Right.
So again, I like that.
There's definitely more Middle Eastern modes throughout this album. There's a lot. They're really they're going to that well more on this album than any of their other albums.
That's another good one. Yes, I forgot about that one, Craig. Thank you for pointing that one out. Yes, yeah, that's something else. They're leaning on that a little bit more at times, and they do it well. These are very talented musicians. They can do this stuff and incorporate it, and it works great. You get through, let's see then. Yeah, Dark Parade. Yes, I had the exact same problem, Craig. You get one false ending. When you try 2 false endings, I'm going to yellow card you. No, that is not necessary.
Right.
Because yes, it really does, unless you're just sitting there watching the screen or your stereo equipment, you really do feel like, okay, that song's ended. I'm now starting the next song. And then after a moment, you're like, wait a second. Oh, no, okay, it's still the other song. Okay, I guess I had another part. Now it's over. Okay, now we're moving on to the next song. Oh, fuck, we're still on that one? It's just irritating, if nothing else. And it doesn't feel necessary. So, yeah, I don't know why they structured it that way. The song has a kind of a weird jerky structure to begin with. Not jerky bad, just it has like what you've described, Craig, where there's a flow, but then there's a non-flow. And that song has this very lurching quality to it where it's kind of hard to predict what they're going to do from moment to moment. But the 2 false endings was, again, a bridge too far. And then,
and
the 2 songs that, oh, sorry,
just one other thing on that tune. We're discussing the arrangement in those 2 false endings and stuff like that. Like, I think all of the ideas in that song are top notch. Like, I really think that would be the other best song, if not the best song. Like that herky jerky, the dun 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 dun, and there are all those weird little hammer-ons. Like the singing is great. The riffs are really cool. All the parts are really good. That's why I'm like, I just wonder what happened there, because it doesn't. In a way, I think that so there's, let's say that goes to the ending where it's the tom part, when it goes into the section of that's the whole Dark Parade thing. But then there's the coda that happens after, and I almost wonder if that coda was just some shit they had in the studio, and they're like, this is a good part, and let's just stick it somewhere. I mean, I've tried to do this, not with success, but I've tried to do that in the studio. There's like a riff we pull out of one song, and it's a cool section. We're like, oh, but this song is better without it. Does it work at the end of this other song? Usually doesn't, but that's kind of what it felt like. Like they just had that dump, but that whatever, that sort of back and forth oscillation, and then the solos come in. But I think, like, in addition to it being the 2 false stops, that then it does a quick fade out.
Yep.
Like if it turns into 3 minutes of jamming, then it's just like, oh, there's a couple of stumbles, but it's meaty. But to bring you to the end, to say it's over, to have this, and then it's over again, and then it returns, and then it does a quick fade out. Like there are a lot. Like that's what I would be real curious to hear what the thinking was there, or if it was just a leftover part from some other song. Anyways, please continue. It's fascinating because it's like I feel like all the material is there for a top-notch Cirith Ungol song, and then somehow those decisions happen that hampered it a bit.
Yeah, and like you said, this could have been like a really, really strong way to maybe close out side A of the album, but not the way it's actually built. And then like you said, the last 2 songs practically run together. You blink and you will not notice that you've switched from 7 to 8. Cool bit of trivia: the female chorus on the closer is Tim's daughter's chorus.
Oh, nice.
So he got her and her group to do those vocals in the studio. And again, not bad songs at all. The only thing with what's the last one called? Down Below. The only thing I'll point out on that one that maybe bugs a little bit, and Kellen highlighted this very articulately when we discussed it. The song there's not anger here. It's more like almost like this almost sad resignation or reflection on their part. That as an album closer, again, it feels maybe a little off because it does kind of very quiet. Like, yeah, it's been hard and things aren't great, and we'll just kind of quietly slink off and think about that.
Right.
Bye. Which again, that's not Cirith Ungol. Cirith Ungol is like, fuck you. I'll reach through your chest and pull your spine out and hold it up while the world burns if you piss me off. It's not. This album, does have. It's got that kind of doomy personality, a lot worse than the typical Ungol angry personality, which I miss that. So I'll be very interested to see where I end up ranking Dark Parade, down the road when it's got time, to sit and settle, come back to it a few times. I do want to emphasize, while I nitpick it a lot, it seems it is still a very solid album. These are solid performances, I love the opener. Velocity is really good. Sailor on the Seas of Fate. Yes, good. There's good song. It just feels like, there's some interesting decisions that were made here that gives this album a very different personality from any of their others. And it's just not quite what I want from, Cirith Ungol. We've said it at the very beginning tonight. Cirith Ungol is an incredibly unique band. They don't really sound like anybody. And for all the praise that's been lavished on them and all the bands, that cite them as this big influence and stuff like that, none of them have ever really sounded like Cirith Ungol. And that's something you don't say. People praise Black Sabbath, and there are tons of Black Sabbath clones. People praise Priest and Maiden. Those bands, yes, get copycatted all the time. Candlemass and Doom Circles. Everyone loves Candlemass, and there's a lot of bands that just sound like a, slightly, poor man's imitation of Candlemass, but it's Candlemass. I have never heard any band where I thought, wow, they sound almost, that's a dead ringer for Cirith Ungol. It has never happened. And the fact that on this album, they kind of, they're straying a little bit, maybe too far into that Doom territory where you can just like, well, yeah, they kind of sound like a Doom metal band. It kind of bothers me that seems like there's a little bit of their personality missing here. So that's it. I still would give even right now, I would give the album an 8 out of 10. So again, I don't want it to seem like I dislike the album or think that it's poorly done or poorly produced or poorly performed. It's not. 8 out of 10. And I got to rank it 6 because it's the new one. It hasn't had time to, live with me as long as all the others have. So for more, if you need me to discuss it for another 35 minutes or so, again, Killing for Company, great channel, and had a really fun time discussing it with Kellen. I appreciate the invite to talk about it with him back then. But Marty, let's get your thoughts on this one.
Am I thinking too much into this? But Dark Parade, you got, what's a parade? It's a lumbering procession. And you've got a band 52 years into their career, and give or take 30. And
someone took about 29. Yes.
Yeah. What are they doing here? They are working within the Cirith Ungol framework beautifully. And they're trying something different. They've never really fully committed to the Doom thing. I'm not saying that this to me is a straight up Doom record, but it has definite Doom leanings. You've got Dark Parade. I think of like I said, a lumbering procession. This is a dark album. You got Elric appeared to be perched up on a rooftop looking down on something. Is he watching this parade? The things I think about when I'm listening to this album. They're experimenting here. They're like, okay, this band has always been really good at pacing. They seem to know how to layer their songs in a way that carries the listener through ups and downs. And that's what, Alan, I get it. You love that. That's what they've excelled at. Well, they're doing it a little different here. They started off, they teased you with the Velocity, and then they went into this trip. But for me,
sorry to interrupt, Marty.
No,
I might have liked it better if they hadn't teased with Velocity, even though it's an outstanding song. It did, I do spend the rest of the album being like, where's the next ass kicker?
Where's my burrito?
Where's the next ass kicker? When do you really get the blood pumping again? Might have liked it better. I might have been a little more, receptive, to that kind, if it's that kind of experiment. if they had just not done one of those at all. It's kind of like it's like some of those bad Running Wild albums from around the turn of the century, where Ralph would write, 7 or 8 lame ass hard rock songs, but there was always like one barn burner somewhere in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And on one of the albums, it's even an instrumental called Siberian Winter. And that one good song would piss me off because it was kind of proof that he still knew how to write good songs, because he has a great song right here in the middle of this album, but he surrounded it with a bunch of crap songs. So it's not that like he lost his muse or he doesn't have the right personnel to, have the band gel. No. They can make perfectly good songs when he feels like it. He only feels like it once out of every 8 songs at that time. Maybe it's kind of that too. It's like Velocity shows this band still can absolutely, floor it when they want to. And then the rest of them, they actively choose not to. Okay. Yeah. Normally you've got 5 other albums and you usually, hit the gas a couple of times, but not this time. So maybe it's just something I have to get a little bit more used to, live with it for a few months, come back to it and approach it from that mindset. We'll see. Sorry to
there are always I mean, not at all in the metal world, but I remember whenever that Lenny Kravitz album came out that had "Are You Gonna Go My Way," and I heard that song, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is it's a little ZZ Top, it's a little Thin Lizzy, it's twin guitar, a lot of energy. I enjoyed it. I remember getting that thing. I'm like, what the hell is the rest of this album? And now, a time late, like, I'm very, very, very into soul music. The rest of that album is a soul album that just happens to have this Thin Lizzy, ZZ Top hit that leads it off, but it's completely not the experience of the rest of that album, which has more to do with like Marvin Gaye and Curtis Mayfield and all of those sorts of influences. So I imagine you will like it more over time, Alan, because you do like it. Like, we could, I would happily come back on here and do a St. Vitus one, and their catalog's awesome. Not as sterling as this, but it's up there, and I love it. And I have love. Oh, let me get official now. Here's my backpack, and you could see I've got the St. Vitus pin.
Nice.
Not far away from my Cirith Ungol pin. I don't think either of these are legit. I told Rob Garvin, like, please pin. I don't want to buy all these bootleg pins from Poland. But if they don't have the pin, I need to get the pin away.
Yeah, they do have some pins on Bandcamp. I've noticed
they do. Are they like good? Okay, I'll go. I haven't looked there.
I noticed they've put up some little stickers. They had 1 or 2 pins, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, check out Bandcamp, and that way you can get something that's more official if you want.
I have a jacket. Yeah, I have stickers. I have a jacket. I have multiple shirts. I have multiple copies. I got all my. I have a signed flat of the Frost and Fire album signed by Lindstrom. I have signed by the whole band. I got a lot of swag from these guys.
Nice. You got a sticker. All you need now is a Trapper Keeper to stick it to.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to you,
Marty. Basically, Cirith Ungol, they fully embrace a modern sound. Yes, they do, but they retain their soul in this Unholy Union. Is it their best album production? Man, it's right up there for me. The guitars may be a smidge loud in the mix, but it really works. It's heavy. It sounds really good. Like Craig said, it's more expansive than the album before it. The band focuses on a very melodically mature and mid-paced album this time around. The strength of the playing alone sells this for me, but the composition feels adventurous again in spite of the lack of more upbeat tempo songs. It's a grower worth the payoff. Favorite song for me, Sailor on the Seas of Fate, 8 minutes, 10 seconds. There's that world-building journey I've been missing, carried aloft by perfectly layered solo work and guitar melody lines. It's a great song. And those melody lines, and they're playing with melody throughout this entire album. It kept me interested when maybe I wanted to hear more tempo variation. The strength of what they were doing musically with the layering of the solos and the melody lines, excellent. Distant Shadows, Velocity, excellent songs. Down Below, I really like the ending of this album. I love how fluid the power chord riffs are, and the solos are amazing. I mean, that Down Below, like Alan said, it had a little bit different vibe. There is a flowing quality to those power chords. Really catchy, a little bit different, a little bit more light, lets a little bit of light in from a very dark record in the end, but they still don't change the tempo much on it. So I don't know. This one I gave a 3. Again, I have no nostalgia here to cloud my judgment. I'm listening all these albums for the first time this week. And this one stood out for me as well. I just thought they're tampering with some new ideas, but they're not losing sight of who they were. Unlike on Paradise Lost, when they're playing with glam and other singers and all, too many cooks in the kitchen, too many bad ideas. Oh, we're going to get big. Not that the band was saying that, but other elements involved were probably saying, you need to do this, this, and this. Oh, your singer's a problem. Put this guy in on this song. You know, there's none of that here. It's a bunch of guys that know what they are, trying to expand what they do on this record. Again, it's a grower, but for me, I clicked with it pretty quickly. And number 3. So yeah.
One thing to just sort of add to what you said about the solos, I had the experience a couple of times, and I didn't mention it when I went over it. This album in some ways reminds me of, and I think it's much better than Iron Maiden's Dance of Death, but I could make an argument that if you took the 20 best guitar solos in Iron Maiden's career, that 10 of them are on Dance of Death. For whatever reason, that's an album.
I like that album.
What?
I like that album.
I think the album is decent. It grew on me over time. I know you were a big fan initially. I had to kind of get around all of the kind of limerick,
the Bruce Dickinsonisms.
And there's some like, then I dance, then I prance. There's some abysmal moments that like that stuff is, and I da 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 and a ba da ba da ba. Like that stuff is awful. But I bring this up not to shit on Iron Maiden every time I'm on this show. But to say that the guitars felt very inspired on that album, like I'm not joking. I said, like, if you went through and picked out the 20 best solos in their catalog, I feel like almost half of them would come from Dance of Death. It's just an album where they were really feeling it, and it really feels like they made the space for it, and they were just in a really comfortable place. And I don't know why that was the case. And I feel similarly with the new Cirith Ungol. Like this one, you got a little bit less of the quirk from Tim Baker and from Robert Garvin and the Jarvis bass lines and stuff like that. But this one feels like a little bit more the guitarist's album. And so all those like Middle Eastern modes and different textures and guitar sounds and all that sort of stuff. I think that's there. Like I obviously like, so like the through line of this band is Garvin and Tim Baker have always been there, and they're on all of them. And but I think it's, you know, like that you rank it 3. Like there's a lot of really good guitar stuff on here. There are a lot of really nice solos and different textures and different qualities. I think there's a lot of care that went into the production of the sound. And again, I don't know. I know this was done during lockdown and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how it was actually assembled at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a lot of these guitars kind of working on stuff and sending back, stuff back and forth, and then the songs built up from there. But I have no idea. It could have been all 5 of them sitting in a room the entire time. But it really is like that Dance of Death, where it's like there's a lot of guitar stuff stepping to the fore.
Well, that's 50 some years of Cirith Ungol. Do you have any closing thoughts, Craig?
I don't, other than happy to be on the show again. I hope people discover and get into this band. I remember I saw a comment or two early on of people who just didn't even know them. And again, like I know where I rank Paradise Lost. I think One Foot in Hell is the place to start if you've not heard the band for a whole bunch of different reasons. It's my second favorite by them. See them if they come around. They're really good live. And
they might not be much longer. They're talking about wrapping it up.
I just bought a ticket because I invited Jeff Wagner to join me, and it's easier than going to Spain. I bought a ticket for a show in October of 2024 that is called Cirith Ungol's final New York City show. So I think I think the writing is on the wall. And I like, hey, if they don't want to tour live and it's too arduous and all that sort of stuff, my main hope and the most important thing, I mean, it was very important for me as a fan to see them live, and that was a terrific moment. My hope is that they continue to make music because they still have it. They're a singular band. For all the other bands that they're compared to and lumped in with, there's no other band that sounds like them. And the obvious thing is to point to Tim Baker, but all the other things I mentioned distinguish this band as well. And if any of the Cirith Ungol guys are watching this, thank you for all the great music that's enriched my life. Jarvis, thank you in particular, as it really seems like so much of this was your doing. And just really happy that they're back. I hope people explore the band and embrace the fiery quirk that is Cirith Ungol.
I gotta say that if they stop touring, that's fine, but it kind of feels like this record, it almost begs for a follow-up, something more bombastic, perhaps. I don't know. What do you guys think, Alan? We'll leave you at the final.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. And yes, Tim and other guys have been broadcasting very plainly that they've decided 2024 is going to be their last year of touring. So for folks that want to see them, you've got a year to find a show and make it to it. Tim has also, though, definitely insinuated that it doesn't mean the band is coming to an end, that he could see them still recording music 5 years from now. So yes, they may just become a studio project as of 2025.
Which is fine.
That's quite okay. Sure. Again, as we've mentioned, these are guys that are, edging up there towards 70. Touring takes a lot of, time, effort. It's a physical thing. So no shame at all in deciding they want to hang that up. I think a big thing I want to point out in closing is that it's really, really, don't even know quite the right word. I'm very happy to see the band finally reaping some accolades, getting some of the praise that they deserved from day one. They were kind of almost the poster child for 80s metal band where everything went wrong. And we talked about, yes, the band folding and just total disillusionment after the fourth album. The fact that they got a second lease on life and that they can now go to these big festivals in Europe and have thousands and thousands of fans cheering them on, singing along to every song. I am very glad most of the guys got to see that and experience that.
Manila Road did as well, and it's awesome.
Yes, and there's another parallel. Manila Road had that same experience of being totally ignored through the 80s, completely forgotten in the 1990s, but then rediscovered in the 2000s, and finally got to feel appreciated for what all they had done. And I hope Cirith Ungol has gotten that same sense of appreciation. Maybe it has helped heal over some of the wounds from the Paradise Lost days. Maybe they can look back on that and not feel quite so bitter or upset about it now. So yeah, it means something to me that they did get a second chance, that they've made the most of it, and that they've gotten to see how much this band means to so many people around the world. And as Craig said, there is no other Cirith Ungol. There are a lot of other good epic metal bands out there, but none of them, they may have been influenced and inspired by Cirith Ungol. None of them sound like Ungol. So yes, absolutely. Go check them out. I can't compare them to anybody else. You've just got to go listen and see what it's like for yourself.
Absolutely. And in closing, Craig, you got anything coming up that you want to plug?
Nothing new in terms of stuff coming up. I'm currently shopping a fantasy novel. I just finished the script 2 days ago that I think will likely be my next movie. But there's so many false starts and stuff like that. I have no real interest in diving into the possibilities until it's further along. And Yeah, that's mainly what's going on with me. I have earlier this year I had Organisms from an Ancient Cosmos, my second graphic novel, come out on Dark Horse, and that's for hard science fiction fans with a little bit of maybe like H.P. Lovecraft and a little bit of some other genres thrown in there. So that's out there. You can find it anywhere. It's from Dark Horse Comics. And a crime book before that, The Slanted Gutter. So feel free to check that out if you want to see other things that I do besides the movie stuff. And I hope to be in production sometime in 2024, but it's definitely too early to say anything. And that's a little bit more my focus in the coming year to try and get that going. But you only have, I only have so much control. Obviously, I can get the cast, and the money doesn't, come together. And I had the cast for Bone around for 2 years before we got that finance. So I find a lot of satisfaction in doing other things, and that's the stuff I'm going to do in the meanwhile, and hope that a picture gets going.
Absolutely.
Soon.
And for those of you that may not have caught any of Craig's films, go check out Bone Tomahawk, Brawl in Cell Block 99, or Dragged Across Concrete. All three very different movies, all excellent, a lot of fun as always. Craig, you're the best. It's good to see you, my friend. I know you've been busy. I've been itching to talk to you. I've been wanting to have a little conversation, so it's good to have you on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be on there. Tim has requested a Frankenstein.
There it is.
Sarazano sounded pretty wrecked on the most recent Albert Bouchard Imaginos is the third one. Though there's some cool stuff on there. But yeah, I love doing the show. Obviously, every time I'm on, it goes extremely long for you, and I know Alan has got to be like, "Oh my god, it's forever
this is
on
fine."
every
The last
song.
one was on like a Wednesday or something, was it? The Blue Oyster Cult. That was what was bad. Something about it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But Carcass, Saint Vitus, Emperor, there's some that we can hit, and Emperor can only go so long because there aren't any albums. And happy to be on. I always have a good time, and I watch your program all the time. I mean, it's like. When I spend a lot of these days working until late, I'll just, piecemeal watch it. But the whole new wave of true heavy metal, that whole discussion was really enjoyable. And I get a lot out of your show and
well, thanks, man.
Your channel individually as well. So I enjoy all that stuff. So I'll be back. I had a good time.
Yep. Well, we'll get you back on again soon. New year coming up, and when you're in between projects, we'll rope you into some other stuff for sure. But
sure.
Alan, do you have anything to add before we jump?
No, just thank you to everybody for hanging out tonight. If you're watching this at a later time, thank you for checking it all out. This is a special band. Obviously means a lot, to Craig and I. Marty, really glad you've enjoyed discovering more of their stuff.
Oh, it was a good time. There wasn't anything I disliked. I enjoyed the whole week. It was fun.
That's great. And yes, we'll see you back here next week on Heavy Metallurgy with more album reviews. This will be an interesting. If you like epic kind of doomy metal stuff, the album club next Wednesday is going to be talking about the new Sorcerer album. And Marty and I will be back next Friday night with something else. We're getting awfully close to the holiday there. So, maybe something kind of short and simple for next Friday. We shall see. But we'll also have our sort of, end of the year favorites of 2023 show coming up the week after that.
Yep.
So, yeah, until then, everybody have a great weekend. And I think it's time to go, guys.
Thanks, everybody. See you next week.